believe that I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you were just gaslighting me. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, living vicariously. I never believed that I would concede and get myself blown asunder. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you have just pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm on no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Now I'm coming back, a counterattack, and playing you at your own game. I'm cutting you out, a shadow of doubt is gonna hang over your name. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Now I'm coming back, a counterattack, a psychological war. I'm cutting you in, I'm under your skin, now I'm gonna settle the score. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm on no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Now die. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Take them away, far from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day. Be free from the swing and be on your way. Jump into misery, holding your hand as you chase the shadows away. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Oh, take them away, free from this way. It's out of focus. There we go. What's up? Welcome back, y'all. What do we got? Yo, what's going on? Keen Tafer. Kane Tafer. I always forget how to pronounce that name. It's one of those Irish pronunciations that I'm not sure about, where it's spelled C-I-A-N, but it's pronounced Jeff. How you doing, man? Welcome back. Appreciate seeing you. Thanks for joining the queue. Kian. Danny D Beats as well is with us right now. We got Kezel. We got... That's it, actually. What's up, guys? Welcome back. We are... it's crazy how far out of focus this goes the more I lean back. Well, my hand is like the hand of power in focus, but my face is like falling into the background, telling a different story as the hand tells the principal character's journey. All right, enough fooling around. I missed last week. Sorry. I'm sorry, but at the same time, I'm not sorry. Because contracts be contracts, you know? Like, it's the way this industry works. Pretty soon, like, as in June, I'll be definitely starting another contract that is going to take me away for at least one Tuesday, if not multiple. But I'm head of sound at a festival, y'all, so sorry. We'll catch you on another day. So, yeah, it's going to be cool. Yeah, let's make up for some lost time together. Let's jump right into it. Let's have a look at this queue that there, folks. No, not next. Q. God, that's a weird. Q-U-E-U-E. Q. This sounds like a QE. That's sick. Congrats. Thank you very much, Kian. I appreciate. Jesus Christ. What is wrong already? We're not even, like, it's like not even 3 p.m. Or it's not even 3:30. We are, like, starting on the bad foot. Thank you very much, Kian. It's really cool. Last year I did pretty much the same job, except this year's going to be even bigger, with a an even bigger like name to like close off the festival. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say who, so I won't. But big hip hop name, big. Read the rider and it's like 14 pages long because it's basically a contract, which I guess I should reread to talk about confidentiality, but still, I'm happy. I'm looking forward to it. Q. That's exactly what it sounds like. Q. 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 All right, let's fuck this off here. Let's start this off here. Let's get rid of the pleasantries. I hope you guys are doing well. First before we get into it, hope y'all are doing super duper. And let's just get into this stuff, shall we? Kian, why don't you hit me up with a link there, Kian? We'll be able to begin. And there it is. As simple as that. How am I sounding today, guys? I've been listening to a couple of playbacks, and I've been noticing that my mic, specifically the mic, is compressed quite heavily. And I just noticed this last week, in the last couple of weeks. Now, it's got to be to a certain extent compressed because the frequency at which I yell, we're going to distort if we don't compress at least a little bit. But I think I've edged off of the headroom a little bit. I've taken off some of the threshold so that it compresses less and it sounds a little more natural. But yeah, lows are pretty loud. Oh, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. We can fix that. I got my mixer right beside here, so let's see here. Let's edge off 1 dB off that 200 hertz. I think that'll be a little better. And I think that that's pretty much it. So I don't think that I have any EQs on this. No, the EQs are off on OBS. So it's all coming out of my mixer. Okay, Kian, got your link. It's up. And it's ready to go. That's right. That's right. All right? That's right. What's right? That's right. Simple as that. It's the work in progress version 1. 2 minutes and 8 seconds, so we're probably going to end up listening to this entire thing. Yeah, because seems like this is 8 seconds in and of itself. What do you got to say? It's very early into it, only 40 to 50 minutes. And the break is just there as a placeholder. Okay. Well, it's something to listen to, right? Let's start off the day on the right foot, folks. Let's listen to Keen Tafer's That's Right. Here we go.
That's right. Right. That's right. Right. That's right. Right. That's right. That's right. 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 That's right. Right. That's right. 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 That's right. That's right, 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 that's right, right. That's right, 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 that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right, 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 right. That's right, right. That's right, 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 right. That's right. That's right, 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 right. That's right, right. That's right, 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 right. That's right.
Okay. That's pretty good, man. Sounding nice and tight. Everything's sounding like well mixed. So that's a good start. I don't have many notes because it's unfinished. So like that's my first big note. Obviously, it's finish it. Well, it would be like first and foremost. Specifically, I got these salt and vinegar fingers. Not gonna be touching my keyboard and shit. Who likes salt and vinegar chips? Is it just me? Seriously. Let's just talk about this for 1 second before we jump back into this. Salt and vinegar chips. Yay or nay? Fucking love them. They burn my mouth because I eat so many of them. But I love them. All right. All right. Ring in the chat and we'll address your replies in a minute. So, first thing, obviously, you said that like a lot of this is unfinished and it's like 40-50 minutes of work in, which is pretty good. Again, you must have like a sick pre-mixed preset. That sounds pretty good because it sounds nice and tight. Let's look at this here in the intro for a second.
That's right. Right. That's right. Right. That's right. Right. That's right.
So we end up like high passing, automating our high pass, which is good. It's a good intro, very typical, very classic intro move. So, DJ Ben, yeah, thank you for joining the queue. Thanks for following us as well. Thanks for being with us. Nice to see you. Also, thank you to Armor Vagyak. Appreciate that. All right. So, it's just something to consider because I think you're still gonna have to do some work on your intro either way, right? Like you're not, this ain't done. But it's funny because I think usually I say the intro's too long. You don't need that much build up for what ends up happening. The intro's a bit short. You might consider adding like 4 more bars. Not like a particular, you don't necessarily need to do it symmetrically. You could add like 4 bars of just very light, just accents or something like that, and then you come in with this beat. I would also recommend probably because, yeah, no, still working on it and all, that's just a build, not really an intro. Okay, but to be honest with you, for what you have in the song, you don't need much more for an intro. So I wouldn't, let's listen to something.
That's right. Right.
No, there's something else. That little, like, sort of RP sounding thing, that alone could be 4 bars of it into, like, a sweep that comes right into your build. That could be the intro. Because, again, we don't want to add too much to something that doesn't unfurl into something that really rewards us with that long intro. So, like, this is 8 bars total. I would add a maximum of 4 more bars at the beginning of this with a very stripped down this sample here, what you got going on there, and like call it a day. You don't want that much. That's why I wrote down like the intro's short, but be careful because it could be repetitive. And I don't think you need much more than that. The third section of your first drop sounds a little hollow. If you got all this giant big old bass right here.
That's right. That's right.
Nice. It's nice sounds. Then we take away that buzzy bass.
That's right.
And all we substitute it with is an arpeggio, like a chromatic arpeggio, I guess. It's sort of missing something because you've substituted it with something which is good, that's good, but I'm still missing some low balls in this section compared to the 2 before it. And like, I feel like your tension should be growing until your first drop, and then it falls down, and then the tension grows again, and then you have another drop, and then it's like sort of a rinse, lather, repeat, kind of like grow your tension, but make us want to get to the next section, whereas this kind of it kind of outros this section rather than like hypes up the next one. So maybe something to add there. Obviously the bridge, or rather it's true, it's the EDM, so your second build, your second break is the word I'm looking for. Maybe that can use some work as well. DJ, no, it was Kezel said that the Reese has clicks. I think I did hear what you're talking about, but I didn't hear it to be a problem. So I don't think it's something to address, but something that you should maybe just address in the sense that you go back into your mix and you make sure you want those clicks there. Just something to be aware of, I guess. But like for me, it didn't bother me. It was just that I think it's something to mention when you guys notice something like, hey, do you want this? DJ Beignet. Beignet is pronounced beignet, and not beignet, because beignet is the American pronunciation of the word beignet, which is a French word for donut. So DJ Donut or DJ Beignet, I will not say beignet, because that's not how you pronounce that word. I'm being a dick, but I do speak French. So, you know, beignet. It's like beignet, because the T is silent, as you noticed with the word beignet, or with the pronunciation beignet, but yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. I only added that third part to make the song longer. I was at like 1.5 minutes, but again, I still don't have an actual break. Yeah, I guess you're gonna work on the break. You're gonna build it into something a little more epic, which is fine. Don't extend it too long, because again, considering the subject matter of what you have in here, doesn't need to be longer than 2.5, 3 minutes. So you don't really need to draw it out. It's very efficient the way it is. It's very like in and out in a quick 2 minutes, and like we had a good time, you know. So I would keep it that way. Anonymous tip $5. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate that. How do I submit, says Martian 1404. You press command join you type command join in the chat. And yeah. Oops, that was you. That was you, Martian. Well, thank you, Martian. Appreciate that. So you're paying $5 to skip the line, which is going to be part of it. Is going to be taken into consideration right now. But yeah, either way, I think for that song, we know what we got. It's I like the textures that you've come up with. I think that you need to create a more like relevant shape to your song, and your intro needs just a little more tension before the tension, which is the build, I guess. But like something that could just introduce us to some of the key themes, like what's going on in your your break, I guess. But either way, thanks for allowing us to listen to the track online, providing feedback, comments, criticism, whatsoever. What have you is the sentence I was looking for. Keen Tafer, you've been here before. You know how it works. Obviously, feel free to come back on another day and drop another track, or drop this one improved. We like to hear progress. It's like kind of seeing the step-by-step movement of a musical piece, which is lovely. So either way, Kian, thank you for trusting us with your track. All right, we're going to next, but first, because Martian donated $5, thank you again, Martian. We're going to put him ahead of the line, and we are now going to keep on moving, which brings us to Martian. Martian, go ahead and submit your link in the chat, please and thank you, as we'll be able to decorticate yours next. But first, I'm curious as to what you guys said about the chips, because salt and vinegar for me is amazing. The only better flavor is ketchup. I like them, but it's not my go-to. Respectable, I feel like that's sort of a situation where you're feeling like something very tart, but you want chips. It's a good go-to when you have that kind of craving. But for me, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. DJ Beignet says, nay. What does he say here? Kettle barbecue chips are the way to go. See, I dig those. I dig kettle barbecue chips. I dig kettle chips in general. Kettle chips are like the superior kind of chip. And Miss Vicky's, the brand here in Canada, in Montreal at least, I don't know in the rest of Canada, it's
it's a brand that is very prevalent here as the brand of kettle chips that are like kind of the most famous here in Canada, and it's so good. They make salt and vinegar. They make a spicy ketchup one. It's amazing. Spicy ketchup is just an amazing flavor of chip. Perfect because I'm hopping in a league game. Ben, yeah, that makes sense. You know, keep yourself occupied. Hopefully you're keeping us on in the background. I would appreciate that. What is the waveform thing in the bottom of the stream? That is an equalizer. It's like a reactive EQ. So like when I play, for instance, Keen Tafer's song.
That's right.
You see that in the bottom, basically the low end is what you're seeing on the left, and the high end is what you're seeing on the right. And it has been like balanced and EQ'd to show approximately, well, not approximately, like quite accurately, the volumes of each frequency. And it's a 9-band EQ. That's just because that's the logo of my, that's like the logo of my company, of my like production company. If I were to like show you this is what my logo is for my company, 73 Studios. But I managed to program it so that it actually reacts to music, which is cool. Technology, man. Isn't it great? What do we got here? Yo, Foo Fighter, what's up? What's good, Tannereem? Tannereem! It's good, man. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Foo Fighter, that's funny. I wasn't a Foo Fighters cover man. I was the lead singer guitarist, I suppose. I'm classic, bruh. Paprika. Tannereem. Is paprika a flavor of chip? Is that a thing that's like not happening in Canada, but is like very prevalent in the States? Huh. Because that could be tasty. Like I would get like a plain old no salted chip. It's Blessed King. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being with us. Paprika is a thing in Europe. Oh shit. Well, we got to get on that because that sounds delicious. Just making some fucking fried chips and sprinkling some paprika on it. It's great on fries. When you like make French fries, fried potatoes, I should say, because the French did not invent those. When you fry up some potato sticks, you sprinkle on some paprika and salt, and it's so good. Armor Vagyok, paprika's a thing also in Europe. Yeah. That's what Tannereem was saying. Goddamn. Yo, what type of music review? All type of music from review, my dude. It's Blessed King. I am from Canada. Hello, am I still taking submissions? I am indeed. Y'all can command join to join the queue. And then when it's your turn, a little thing is going to pop up in the chat that's going to tell you, it's your turn now, Pulse of Obsidian. And that's when you share your SoundCloud link. Until then. Also, Beignet, I saw that you're from Louisiana. I didn't miss that. So that's all right. Louisiana is a place, obviously New Orleans is a place that I would like one day dream of visiting, dream of experiencing the culture. And down there's a different French accent altogether than French or French from the Canadian French and French from France. It's Creole French, which I'm also familiar with because I got a couple friends that speak Creole. And it's a whole different language. I wish I would be able to speak that one because it's so flowy. It's an even more like abruptly flowy French. Anyways, I could talk about language all damn day, guys, but we got Martian here who paid to skip the line. And skip the line we will. As we come on down here. It's Blessed King. I'm from Canada too. Welcome, fellow Canadian, Canuck, whatever the fuck. Welcome to the queue, eh? Thanks for joining us, bud. It's nice to see ya. Pulse Obsidian, thanks for joining the queue as well. DJ Beignet, it's American country slang French. Yeah, for sure. Denny D Beats, hey, I'm not from Canada. Well, then you shouldn't be able to understand what I'm saying. Pulse Obsidian interrupting me in my accent. Correct. That's what you should have done. Thank you very much. And thank you for following as well. Let's listen to Martian's beat Deserving featuring Stevierin. Someone tell me how to pronounce that because I'm not going to try again. Let's listen. Let's listen to 2 minutes of this.
You better look away. I don't wanna hurt you. There'll be hell to pay. All the pretty colors slowly fade. Come take a look. just like me. You're a monster, just like me. I don't wanna burn. Get what I deserve. I don't wanna burn. Get what I
We can't go to the drop. I'm sorry. But I'm assuming that it's going to sound, if we just scan through this, very similar, but a little bit louder than the previous. Okay, well, at least the mixing shape is better. So I have to know, Martian, what is your role in this? And what is, as you've clarified, Stevie Rain's role in this? Who did what, and what do you have control over in this? Curious. That's loud. The glitch in the side. Yeah, Kezel, I see what you're meaning. I think that in general, the left and right, we're going to talk about it. The stereo image needs some work, I think. First thought reminded me a lot on Linkin Park. Yeah, I can see that. I can see why you would think that. That is sort of the Chester, I don't want to serve you! And then, like, Shinoda in the background going, I don't want to serve, I don't want to serve! You know, like, I hear it. And it's very, like, new metal-ish sounding. So it's cool. What do we got? Why can't we get it all? Because Martian is not a subscriber. Sorry. No, so you get a free 2-minute review. That's everybody. Everybody here in Q gets 2 minutes reviewed for free. If you're a level 1 subscriber, tier 1, I guess, you get the 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes. Level 2 will get you up to 4. And tier 3, I say 5, but honestly, I don't really, at tier 3, I don't really count. Because you're a tier 3 subscriber, and that's like the VIP of the VIPs, as they were. But yes, so let's go into this a little bit. First things first, Martian, you produced it, okay? Did you record the vocals? And if so, why did you use an iPhone headset to do so? I wonder. Because I feel like they are very, like, it sounds like they were recorded with compression in it and with a high pass filter on it before it came into the DAW. It sounds very roomy as well, which means it sounds like it wasn't recorded in a treated room of any kind. So those vocals, while they are performed great, the performance like of the singer, they know what they're doing. Yeah, the entire principle here is that, like, we need crisp recordings, especially if you're going to lean into the aesthetic that you're leaning into, which is like very over compressed and very high MIDI mix. That is a note of mine as well. It's not my preference. It's not what I would do for the sound of this song. I would go much more gritty, much more metally. But again, that's because I come from a place where Linkin Park was, you know, pop music when I was young. So yeah, I would go a little less on the like And I would like more a little more on that sort of like gritty, almost hip-hop-y beat. So let's talk about a couple of aspects individually here. Where did our sub go? Sub drops out here for what might be the verse or might be a repeat of the chorus. Either way, not a fan. I think we could do better than that, honestly. I think this section sounds like it's missing something, and not in the good way where it's like, oh, give it back, wait, I'm gonna wait. It sounds like, oh, it sounds like something's missing from the equation here. The equation's incomplete. We haven't solved for X, if you will. So yeah, we gotta take a little bit of that into consideration, because even if you're gonna take away a sub, you gotta give it back appropriately. And I don't think that this does it here, because it does come back in at this section, but nothing new has changed. Nothing has changed between these two sections to sort of signal the need for the sub to have come back, nor for it to have disappeared in the first place. I honestly would cut this entire section, to be fully honest with you. No, that's not true. I wouldn't cut the section. What I would do is low pass and high pass the drums, band pass the drums, so it sounds even more gritty and distorted and kind of like megaphony, because that would blend better with a dropout in the sub. Then when you come back in here, it sounds a lot more relevant, that everything comes back together. But that's just the way I would do it, and I would probably still come back in with the sub at a higher octave halfway through this section. Let's see actually how that would sound. If I may, what is your sub doing in the first section? I think it's just. Let's hear. All right, pretty simple. So let's hear this. No, I didn't play it fast enough. I would have come out through halfway here. Yep, that's what I meant. So basically come back with like a half sub, something that's playing an octave up from what it usually does. Yeah, I think that'll sound a little better. And Kezel agrees. So don't make Kezel sad, Martian. Don't make Kezel sad. Put in a half sub. As if that would have changed the outcome of Kezel's life today. But it does. So do it. Come on. Come on. No, seriously, I think it'll just be better. All right, let's talk here. List 140. I think at this point, these drums are too soft. The reason I think that is because before... Just like me. We have the pause. We have the quiet. Now, what we want to be is kicked in the face by something that signals to us something huge is coming. So, if I may propose as much, let's get this camera working now. All right. That'll work one way or the other. So, if I may propose, if I may be so bold, if you get my drift. I think personally that will give you a better result. It'll give you a much more contrasting thing. It'll give you something that really stands out. You got those fadey background vocals as well in the background. Then you have these huge drums coming out of nowhere going like, oh! Did you hear with the echoes all over the place because of my microphones? That's funny. But yeah, I do think that is what the result will be. Is it's something that is a lot bigger, and you build it with something a little more ferocious. Like think as a monster would, you know. My last comment to you here is your left and right play. This is sort of like a throughout comment because I don't think you have placed things in your left and right spectrum in the stereo image super effectively. I'm hearing both center, left, and right for this synth, which is fine. And then everything is there in a place. The vocals are centered, the synths are left and right, the drums are in the center, the cymbals are somewhat to the left and right, but just very slightly spaced. I hear all of that, that's fine. But everything's just where it is. No play on the stereo, no fucking with it, no throwing things from left to right. There's none of that movement that I wouldn't want to hear. Because things are placed okay, but they could be placed really artistically, temporarily, only to be thrown back to their home location, as it were. And that, I think, depends on the overall feel of your song, which, again, I wouldn't necessarily go with the whole... I'm trying to find a better way to describe it than like a Gorillaz aesthetic, because it does sound very Gorillaz musically speaking. Which is, don't get me wrong, I love Gorillaz, but doesn't really suit the vocals as well without any rap in it, or without any one of those vocals that sounds like, I don't wanna say yeah, I don't wanna yeah. You know, like one of those vocals would fit this aesthetic really well, because that's what the fucking guy does, Damon, whatever his name is. But I think that's pretty much all I got to say about your song here, dude. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online. Thanks for allowing us to talk about it, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Thank you for being open to that feedback. Hopefully you are. I think your song could benefit from it. I think you could really step up your production a little bit better. I think your mix is getting there, but I think that things are just a little bit too where they are and not moving with the song. So I think we need to really make the song breathe a little bit more, and don't forget to add a little half sub there in your break so that it feels like something's not lacking from that part, and then I'll be happy as a duck in water. Either way, thank you very much, Martian, for trusting us with your track. Hopefully we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Notice not many strings, not many use of strings could help though. Yeah, strings could definitely fill in some of those gaps. That is a way that could happen for sure. I don't necessarily think that it's a necessary thing to do, but could help. Think of that, Martian. Maybe it'll help you. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Who knows? Either way, thanks. Thanks for skipping the line. Appreciate it. We're moving on down the line here. So we got Kezel. Just gonna wait on the link, because I don't know if you noticed, but my computer likes to lag when I open a new web page while I'm streaming. Zow. All right, it's funny. That's funny because your song's name is FL fucking lag. That is funny. That is very funny. Kez. Oh, so it's not Kezel, even though those look like L's to me, but either way. It's just Kez. Just Kez, you know, with a rose. Or unless the rose represents the L. I don't fucking know. What am I, a mind reader? God. All right, so let's get to this. Let's listen to fucking lag, otherwise known as FL, which I feel so hard for. Logic. FL stands for fucking logic as well. Just saying. Let's listen to this entire 55 seconds. And let's go. Damn, short and sweet. I can respect that. Loving the vibe of this. Well, till the drop. Oh, come on now, Beignet. Come on now, Donut. Come on now. No. Honestly, I get it because it does change aesthetics completely different from 0 to 100 in like 3.5 seconds. So I get it. Sounds like I'm walking in the mall and I hear music from all the stores I get near. Yeah, you cross in front of like a fucking Hallmark and then you walk in front of a Hot Topic. This is like literally what this journey is. Drop sounds cool, but timing of things felt weird. Yeah, that is very typical of like a rhythm genre when the timing itself is sort of like offset off of the grid. That's on purpose. I'm not a fan of it either, personally. I like things on the beat, nice and crisp, and off the beat only when the dramatic effect is necessary, but everything off the grid slightly is an aesthetic. So apparently that's intentional. Yeah, I try to make it bouncier. Okay, that's fine, that's nice. Bouncy is good. But my track is kind of like that too. Oh, well, shit. Okay, well, there you go. Okay. So first things first here, Kez, I'm just telling you because I think I should let you know. I like the intro, first of all. I like the intro. I also like the aesthetic of it. I just want to say your sub is guaranteed getting lost on me. Like, this is not designed for all systems. Like, this part here, I feel the sub that's supposed to be hitting me. But small speakers, never going to hear that. It's going to be basically as if there's bass missing from this section. I'm going to go to the back of my room and listen to it again to know if I feel it. Yeah, see that note though, which is an A. Yeah, the A sounds nice and oscillating, like I'm hearing all of the frequencies of the A. But anything below that, so far, getting lost completely. And my speakers, 6.5-inch cones, front ports, and go down to 50 hertz. That's pretty good for some like close, well, for the price I paid for sure, but like for some close range speakers without a subwoofer, down to 50 is not terrible. And I'm still losing most of your sub from close. So you got to think of that. You're probably going to have to octave that sub up one with distortion and heavy compression so that it sort of just adds a layer of dimension to your sub. A harmonic, basically. Make a harmonic, is what I'm saying. Small speakers never produce good sub though. Agreed. We agree, Danny Beats. But Danny D. But the problem is that we want small speakers to at least understand that there should be some sub. So we want to at least be aware that there would be, because there's songs that exist in pop culture. Like a good example one is my reference track for like when I'm like listening to a system to like really test all the frequencies is Right In by Skrillex, and there's a C note at some point where the sub is lost on most systems. If I hear it, it means that I got a low frequency range, and that's good. That's good. But if I'm hearing it on your tracks, it's, I think, something that we can fix and something that needs addressing, because you want that sub to be felt by people. make it felt by most people, I guess. The other comment that I have is because I kind of did like your drop. Your transition as well was pretty cool. But there was no real distinct moment where your song was like 2, 3, 4, you know? And I guess that's sort of what's something you could reproduce, maybe with a false drop, because you got the da 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 da, you know, like you could add something that creates a bit more of a delineation between previous section and this one now. Otherwise, it just kind of flows into it. I don't know if that's what you're going for. If it is, congratulations. I just think that it shouldn't be what you're going for. You might want something that makes me just go all of a sudden, oh, wow, wow. You know, I want a Christopher Walken from your song. Is that like what the desired effect that I want for you? The last comment that I have, Kez, here, because apart from that, obviously it's an unfinished track. I'm not going to spend an hour talking about it. There's not even a minute. The glitch samples in this drop here. Yeah, those are way too loud. I understand that they're supposed to be jarring. I understand that that's the purpose. Like, that's the purpose of glitch noises. That's too jarring. That's too much. That is like, ow, I turned the music up so that I can hear it better and my ears hurt now. I'm never listening to another song you put out again, is what I'm thinking. Especially if I was listening to that on headphones, I'd be like, ugh. And then I have to turn it down. And then I'm like, well, then I don't hear anything else. But then the glitches are loud enough. It's just that. It's just mix it. Just mix it properly. That's all I'm saying. But that's it, dude. The rest of it, the textures, the ideas, the ambience, and the aesthetic overall, good stuff. Good stuff. I think you do have some things to refine, but like you got to finish the song also, unless you want it to just be like a YouTube short of music, which I understand as well. That said, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, talk about it, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Always appreciate seeing you here with us. You never thought that your name, that the rose would be seen as an L? Well, bitch, welcome to the house of the unexpected. This is where shit happens without us even realizing that it does. Most of the time, it's me dropping food, to be fair. That's the unexpected, and I don't know why I don't expect it at this point, because just a complete klutz. But either way, welcome, and thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate it. We're going to be moving on down the line, folks. We got a little bit of the line here to go. So we're going to go next to our next listener, which is Danny D. Beats. Quick graw on the draw, ready to submit. I opened up your shit. Let's listen to it. If it will fucking load, of course. That is all dependent on if my computer decides it's time to explode now or not. Let's find out together, shall we? If you see me suddenly panicking and shaking of fear with a fire happening in front of me, I'm probably just smoking a joint, so everything's fine. But if there's an explosion, you won't know it because my computer will cut off the stream before you know that I'm actually dead from full Mac Mini shrapnel that just entered my aortic chambers. This has gotten graphic. Here we go, folks. We got Danny D. Beats with the track Beautiful Chaos. I love that. Chaos is beautiful, isn't it? I am an agent of chaos. Through and through, an agent of actual living chaos. All right, folks. Let's listen to what we've got. Show me what you've got. EDM, fusion, electronic. Let's listen to Beautiful Chaos. 2 minutes of it together. Shall we? That's beyond 2 minutes, but still, it wasn't that much more, and we wanted to close the section, put the final bracket on that, so I'm glad I listened to it. That's cool, dude. So, cool aesthetic. Everything sounds, overall, pretty good. Like, pretty good. Tanarim is stoked. DJ Beignet actually likes the aesthetic as well. Love those combination emotes, by the way. Beignet, that's pretty cool. I want to know where you got those. Channel. Oh, it's yours. It's your own. Well, there you go. That's pretty cool. Guitar played by me, by the way. So I have notes on that, but we will get to that. Tanarim likes that part. I think you were referring to one of the like middle sections, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I did also like that part as well. Personally, wanted to hear more of this part, which I think was near the like closer to the end, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you listened to the whole one? Thanks. I mean, I listened to 2 minutes with a 17-second kick. You know what I mean? Like just a 17 seconds, just to get the idea of where you were going at the end. And I should have stopped, but like whatever. Whatever, DJ Danny D. Whatever. Let's keep going. Let's listen to actually the whole thing. Yeah. Let's see here. What do we got? Okay, so let's start talking a little bit because let's be professionals here. The velocities on this piano are a tad robotic. So Danny D, I don't know if you're able to maybe program them yourself a little bit more with a little more like gumption, a little more emotion, like a little more dynamic difference between certain notes. Some that strike a little harder, some that strike a little softer, but it's a little robotic for me. So we're gonna humanize that piano a little bit. Best case scenario is you get yourself a person who can play piano to play that line. That would be wonderful. That would be the best thing, the best case scenario. They might even suggest to you some like fills and some like what the equivalent of drum rolls, but like between riffs. They might suggest to you some like nice transitionary fills that your riff can't be hurt from. Let's put it that way. You could definitely benefit from a little bit of humanity from your piano. You tried to make it, but it kind of sounded weak. I don't know why. I know why. Because it is very difficult to make a piano sound actually human. Even when you program the velocities correct so that it feels like a note is being just brushed and not actually played, it's hard to know where that brush note has to come in, and the louder version of that brush note comes in, and then it goes back down, and then it goes up. It's hard to know where those notes belong so that it feels human and genuine, which is why it's like easiest case scenario is get yourself a pianist to just record that riff on a digital piano, and then you can look at the velocities and kind of get a better idea. Pro tip. Other thing, guitars played by you. Okay, let's go to that guitar section actually. First of all, let's talk about this. Okay, so I get why you have this section in here. It's kind of like introducing us to a much more bouncy and much different concept than what we started with. Which is fine. It's like you're misleading us and then you're taking us by the hand in another direction. I don't know why, but those sections where you have the wubs sound a little empty to me, even though I feel the frequencies and I hear them. I actually hear the wubs in the center channel, which means that you've mixed them properly. But it just sounds like there could be another element. It could be something ambient, maybe, is what I'm missing, is in like the air in like the 8K or like 4K to 8K range, but like just background ambience. It could just be ambience, like room tone, almost like when you're doing cinema sound. That could be all that's missing. It could just be that, and then you add that, and then okay, we're good. But I feel like something musical would benefit you here. Let's talk about this guitar. Okay, let's see what you're going for here. Let's go back to that first note. So, I think your guitar's line is good, but it is performed a little bit simply. Let's put it that way. You're hitting the right notes, you're letting them ring. Notes are on your scale. You're correct. You know what I mean? What I think you're missing is a little vibrato, to be honest with you. I think when you're not having those like accents in there to like make it a little sound a little more like emotional, it's just kind of like you're hitting the notes and you're just kind of letting them rock a little bit, and I think it sort of reflects that same robotic theme. So vote now if you want me to record this part for Danny D Beats on air right now, meaning I mute the audio coming out of the Mac and we just go straight guitar and we record it for him. Like, vote now in the chat if you are down, because we could get him a better part than that. You know what I mean? And what's better, I'm going to record without delay so you can add it in. So we got 3 votes. I think that's enough. Let's do something cool here. That's loud. All right. So now I can hear the Mac audio, but you can't. Let me just make sure that I'm getting the line right. Try it. Let's go. Already fucked up the take. Let's do it again. Whatever. I think you could chop something together. Let's give it one more take and then we're done with this. Yeah, see, I'd have to learn the part properly. But we're done here. So I think you got something to chop together there. I think you could work with that one way or the other. And I just need that emotion. I need that like vibrato. I need that life coming from the guitar, because it could be super epic. And I think you could really amp up your song with that. That said, I did like what you did with the guitars in the other parts with the little harmonizing parts. That was perfect. That's exactly what you need. That's beautiful. And I got one more note for you here, Danny D. Let's go to like chorus 2, the part that what's his what's his name? Beignet said he liked here. It's all good. It's all very tight. It's all very nice. Everything's in place. But I feel like, honestly, this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, if I'm right. But I think your track could do with BPM variation, meaning that it builds over time to get a little bit faster, and then your breaks come down in tempo a little bit. So like, it's going to be tough because you're working with analog recordings, but I think your actual beat could do with a little more va-et-vient, come and go, tempo-wise, which perhaps is the reason that I'm feeling like this is even more stiff and more robotic, because, I don't know, maybe it's just me. But I think that, like, we have a lot of elements working against us on the robotic side of things, and I think we need to really amp that part up, humanity up a little bit, because it doesn't feel like just a digital track. It feels kind of like, okay, it's electronic, but you said it yourself, it's EDM fusion, and it does feel like it's kind of bordering on band music in a certain way. During the drops especially, I would almost even put like more analog drums in there. Maybe just as a layer. It might work, dude. Maybe. It might work. Either way, I think we need a little more humanism in this track. I think it would work well. Just throwing a big break sample underneath. Yeah, that would basically come to the equivalent, yeah. Danny D Beats is a vocoder. I'm too lazy to record harmonies. Whatever works, man. It sounds cool. That's all I know. But that's pretty much all I got here for you, dude. I have, like, very little else to say, because you've developed something here that I'm not really going to be, like, able to help more than that. You've already created sort of a concept and a layout, a story-wise here, that I think is fine. I think just the sounds themselves sound very generic. The textures that you've chosen, you've arranged them in an interesting way, but everything sounds a little bit generic. The piano's playing sounds a little generic. The guitar's playing sounds a little generic. It's everything has this like sort of layer of genericity. Generism, and yeah, it's just needing a little more human in it. Try adding some low mids. That's always what fixes it, right? Low mids, just fix it up. But either way, Danny D Beats, I appreciate you submitting the track online with us here. I appreciate you tuning in with us again and being with us. Thanks for allowing us to listen to the music, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Appreciate that. And thank you once more for trusting us with your track. Nice to see you, dude. We'll be moving on down the line. Feel free to stick around, Danny D, to comment on some other people's music as we go through here and do that very same thing. All right. Thank you, Beignet, for your link. I'm loading it up. By the way, Beignet, didn't miss your other comment. Is your camera overheating or something? Noticing a lot more latency when paying attention to your movements to audio now. Was in a league game before, so wasn't paying a ton of attention to the desync. Yeah. What you're experiencing is my computer playing catch up, essentially. Every time I open a new link, it's playing catch up. Every time I'm like opening my Logic project so that I can show you sounds and stuff like that, it's playing catch up. Every time my computer is pushed remotely, it's catching up. And now, right now, when I'm doing nothing, it's sort of like okay. The audio visual sync is not so terrible, but the moment I open a Firefox link, it's over. It's like we're getting lag. I understand the donation in the bottom right now. Correct. We're saving up for that Mac Studio. We're gonna get it. I think we're gonna go for the Mac Studio, not the new Mac Mini. We're gonna try and push for it either way. Not working so far. But yeah, we're looking to upgrade that essentially. All right. Speaking of beignet, we got Aphex Burial, produced, I'm assuming, May 13th, 2024, which was yesterday. That's nice. That's cool. I nod. Hi. How you doing? Welcome back. Thanks for joining. Appreciate seeing you again, as always, as last time you were here, which was 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. Well, you were here for the scandalo. You were here for the AI scandal. I appreciate you being live with us during that whole occurrence. Wrote the original idea 2 Sundays ago, and here we are. We are two Tuesdays from then. I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. Here we go. Aphex Burial by DJ Beignet. Let's listen to 2 minutes of it. Okay, so a couple things. The textures are okay. The aesthetic which you're going for, that you're going for essentially that cool sort of, not exactly, it's not a 4 to the floor, it's that sort of breakbeat-ish like beats, you know, the break-ish style beats. We're going to be generous by calling it a break-ish beat. And you have that chord progression, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the so the 1, the 4, the 6, then the 5. Okay. The reason I was able to play that without thinking was because I heard it so many times in a row. And what everyone seems to agree on, is, including yourself, is that it is a tad too repetitive. So that was my first word that I wrote for your thing when I was here. I was like 2 of these in, and I was like, this drop, or rather this intro, which I thought it was an intro. I thought that makes sense for an intro, aesthetically speaking. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Then it goes down. lose a bunch of the engaging elements and we get back the... Not enough. That's not enough engagement. The human mind can focus on three things at the same time, three lead elements at the same time, and in general, it's probably wise to use at least two of them at any given moment during a song. Sometimes you're breaking that down to one, but that's like a quick thing. It's like sort of a cutaway, kind of, more than anything. It's like the look that Jim gives to the camera in The Office. It's not what you're focusing on the whole time, but it's a nice little in between, you know, like when you're looking and it just goes like, you know, that's fine. I can't focus for shit. I'm not a cameraman. All right, so what do we see? Yeah, very rough draft phase of arrangement. Mostly created the first two sections and then copied over the section. My other track is more fleshed out, like 7-8 minutes long, but spent 5 months working on that. Outside of arrangement stuff, how is the mix sound? The mix sounds adequate, but not creative by any means. The kick and everything are audible, but it's not playing with it. You're not playing with your mix. It sounds like you've just placed your elements, arranged them. Very, very minimal elements, if I may say so myself, because like you're not building on any story that you're telling. You're starting to tell a story. You got that, then you take that away for the build, which, by the way, that entire build could be cut into a quarter. Reduce that by 75%. Considering the story that you're telling throughout, that drop could be a quarter of the length, and your song would be much, much, much better for it. Better even if you were to cut it in half. So, I said what I said. The other thing is that you don't have any transitionary effects. You don't have anybody who's like telling another story while this is happening, saying like there's something else coming. Sweeps, frequency shifts, EQ, creative EQ playing, like throw-ons and throw-offs of delays, reverbs. Something, man. Give me a sign of life. Give me a sign of like, you know what you're doing here. You know what kind of story you're telling, and you're gonna tell it. But like right now, it's very unidimensional and it's very unilateral, and that is included. I include your mix into that opinion because doesn't really tell me anything. What it tells me is someone knows how to balance things so that they are audible. But where is the play with compression? You know what I mean? Like just compression. You gotta slam me a little bit. You gotta slam me up against the wall, choking me sometimes, you know? Sometimes, not all the times, but at least at some point in this song. When you came back to this, when you came back to that, it was heartbreaking for me because I was like, are we gonna have at least another element, like something else, a lead element of some kind telling us something on the top? But no, we came back to the same thing, and I was like, write the music. So yeah, we need a lot more. We need like a lot more. What do you say here? You usually don't add those until after I get the arrangement fleshed out. Well, you still have some arrangement fleshing out to do, and I would consider maybe doing that while you're fleshing out the arrangement, so you know what parts will be in what arrangement. You know what I like to do, DJ Benyet? When I'm producing electronic music, I like to create like the fullest version of the arrangement, like all the elements that are going to be in, like at the end, by the end of this phrasing, and then I reduce going backwards. Whereas what we've done here is we've placed all of our carts, all of our eggs into one basket, except for that, and then we just added that into the same loop over here, and I was just, nah. We need a couple more elements. You have no clue how to play with compression and other effects. Well, start practicing. Seriously, a good way to do that is to honestly check out YouTube and see how like some pros are doing compression, because I've learned a shit ton off of the internet as well. I've learned a bunch of those tricks. But the best way I can tell you compression works is you're making everything louder without making it louder in a decibel sense. You're making it perceivably louder. And that's what compression will do the most. And then you get to control how fast that perceivable loudness comes in versus how fast the original loudness comes in. You basically have to make it so that things are going like, ugh, That's what I want your compressors to do. Ugh. When your face goes like that, when you're mixing something, ugh, you've compressed correctly. When something sounds that gritty, juicy, I think you've compressed quite correctly. So yeah, only thing that really got added was the lead was added to that beat. You need a couple more leads. That's not a lead. If you were to take that bam, 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 and you were to spread that left and right, it's now a rhythmic track. Like, honestly, that is how simplistic that lead track can be. Except for the super matrixy descending synth, that's something that is adding a little weirdness into it, but even then it's repetitive and it is constant. It's something we can count on. If you're trying to disturb us with a sound, don't repeat it, because repeating it makes it solidified in our head. Not repeating it makes it unsteady and uncertain. So, like, you know how jazz, it's all about the notes you don't play? Weirdness is all about the repeats you don't use. Let's put it that way. Either way, you're getting started here on this project, and I can respect that. I can appreciate it, but I recommend you put a little more juice into this, honestly. Either way, though, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Appreciate the opportunity to do so on the stream as well. It's always a lot of fun hanging out with you guys and talking about it. And thank you for trusting us with your track, dude. I appreciate you popping on by. DJ Beignet. Beignet. What's up? You know. Also say that right. As a French speaker, please say it right. Don't be one of those Americans who says things incorrectly. No, that's not true. I know a lot of Americans who actually speak multiple languages really, really well. Namely, my girlfriend, who is born in the States and speaks like 4 languages. So, not to generalize, but don't be one of them. Moving on down the line here, folks. Ben, yeah, always good to have you with us. We're moving down to Armor Vagyok. That's Armor Vagyok. That would be funnier, but also gross. But still a little funny. That face, I'm assuming you're referring to the is usually when I fart with consistency. Agreed on that. Agreed. When it comes out and things are like in place, per se, that's nice. That's actually nice. Geronimo TV. What's going on, dog? Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being with us again today. One is our subscriber crew back in the house. Hey, y'all, been watching for a while. Didn't want to interrupt the feedback. Sounds like everyone's having fun. We're having a lot of fun, man. We're having a lot of fun. Listening to some music, smoking some doobs, drinking some iced coffee. Oh, it dripped everywhere. See? What did I tell you about this house being basically me dropping stuff and figuring out where it fell? All right, we got Tom Armour, who has produced this piece of art. ID, brackets, Stardust. Right, you know what I mean? I know. All right, started as a remix looking for a vocalist, and thanks for the unreasonable amount of distortion SoundCloud. Really? Oh no. Well, let's hear that. That might actually be on you, bud. Because SoundCloud usually is a very, very clean program. It doesn't really color the sound all that much. That's the reason, one of the main reasons I use it actually for the stream is because like it's very transparent. So that might be on you, but we'll listen, we'll hear. I'll let you know. I got a pretty balanced system on my end, so I'll tell you what's good. Shall we, Armor Vagyok? Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, ID Stardust by Tom Armour. forgot that it was 2 minutes and not 3. I thought that you were Geronimo for some reason, so I thought we were listening to the entire thing. But yeah. Sorry. I guess sorry for the rest of us. I forgot. That happens. I smoke weed, so that's going to happen. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. So I think your kicks are overcompressed. Let's start there. So was the stream audio lagging or was my file corrupted? It was maybe the stream, honestly. I can't check now, unfortunately, because I was hearing things pretty good overall. Although my connection's pretty solid. I mean, I'm getting a good transmission rate and everything, so I don't know. Maybe it was on your end on the receiving end. Maybe it was on my end on the transmission end. The possibilities are endless. But one thing's for sure, Armor Vagyok, I heard your song fine. Okay, so yeah, what I was saying is your kicks seem to be a bit overcompressed. Let's look back a little bit here. Yeah, so the kicks are a little bit weaker in this section than I'd like them to be, but they are much weaker in the drop, which leads me to believe that either your compression on your kicks are not well done and then it's cutting off too much. You might need to leave some headroom. You might need to like let your kick breathe a little more. Or, quite simply, you just didn't mix your kicks loud enough, which I think is a problem anyways, because we get into the drop. Listen to this. That synth which is always funny enough coming after the kick. It's probably that your kick is slamming into your compressor or your final master limiter, and it's basically pushing it back, and then as soon as the synth comes back, the limiter's letting off because not as many dBs are coming into it. So I think it's a question of mastering. I think that you should fix your master so that this decomp effect doesn't happen as much. Something really important to take into consideration, because basically the loudest thing in your mix should be the kick. And I think we're missing that in your drop. Where the loudest thing is that layered lead, and that is a little loud, unfortunately. So I would back off of that a little bit on volume as well. Even though it sounds nice, it's a good sounding synth, I think it could be backed off a little bit volume-wise. This is a preference thing, but right at this section, no snare. Why no snare? Put snare. Snare good here. Snare put here. Please. Snare. I show why snare is good here. Yes, I demonstrate. I exaggerated at the end there, but that is certainly what it needs. It needs a snare in there, guaranteed. Men hear snare, men happy. Yes, make me happy. Make men happy, please. Snare, here, and here. Same thing, same deal. A bar without a snare, or rather, okay, so 8 bars without a snare. Fine, works, understandable. Put a snare in after. Super simple. Good snare, juicy. It's going to be louder than the synths. It's going to be great. 4 to the floor plus a snare. Just do it. The break. Let's talk about this break here. The contrast between these two breaks is very broad. It's like one's very, very chill and very super swirly and super spacey. We would need a lead element in there, I think. because the difference between this and this break I think is drastic. So I think we're gonna need to add something like I said what I said. I said what I said. Got a lead element in there. Doesn't have to be a guitar, but it sounds good. So I say put a guitar on everything. That's just because it's me, but could totally be a synth. Totally. Could be a sawtooth if you went. A sawtooth. It could be a sawtooth. Make it a sawtooth. Fuck it. No, seriously. Make a lead element in there. Fill the gap. Because I understand having swirly. I understand having active. There's no bridge between those two worlds. We need that. Put it in. Last thing here. This entire section. Cut it in half. We don't need it to last this long, especially considering that you have this entire break here. You know what I mean? Like you have everything you need to work with for a build right here. You have nothing to worry about after that. If you were to cut this entire low pulsy section out, your song Kirby Slice, thank you very much. Appreciate following and joining the queue. Thank you very much. If you were to cut this entire low pulsy section out, it would still sound fine. But I understand you having that in there. It's like bringing it down a notch into the. It's like sort of a smoother transition into your break. So fine, cut it in half. We don't need it this long. False, like incorrect. And that's just because it's dragging, and that combined with your like super low build, it's just too long. I'm just waiting. I'm just like counting the minutes until the song's over. But when it comes back in, it's cool. Second break. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say like basically cut your second break and call it a false drop, but that doesn't need to be the case. Adblock Ultimate pop-up. Great. It's funny that I install Adblock to not get pop-ups, and Adblock itself gives me a pop-up. The fuck, dude? Betrayal. The only other thing that I want to say is this particular this drop off here. I think we got a better outro in us there. Maybe just accentuate your final note, just like it's E minor. Sorry, so like. Just one. Doesn't have to be crazy. It doesn't have to be crazy. Just needs to be. Okay, we know this song is over now. It's not like, did the CD skip a beat? Wow, I'm dating myself by saying the CD skipped a beat. I might as well have said that I jumped when the vinyl player was playing. But yeah, that's the idea. It sounds like a CD skip where it's like stops, and when we listen, it's like, oh yeah, there's some reverb in there. I guess the song's over. But holy shit, am I old? Either way, that's pretty much all I gotta say. Tom Armour or Armor. What is it? Armor Vagyok. I love that. It's like very guttural like that. Thank you either way, because it's a cool song. You got some good themes in there. You got a chord progression that I'm not a fan of repeating over and over. The 1 to the 3 to the 7 to the 6. I feel like you could very well fuck with the chord progression a little bit, like make a variation of the same notes kind of thing, so that you have consistency, but still feels like there's a subtle change in the texture and the fabric of your chords. That would make me happy, personally. But either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Allowing us, hopefully you're open to some of that feedback. Appreciate it if you would. And if you come back, be sure to let us know how this sounds, because we want to keep hearing the progress on these songs. You know what I mean? So, yeah, thank you either way, Armor Vegiak, for trusting us with your track. Appreciate that very much, my dude. Be sure to stay with us as we move on to the next one, which is It's Blessed King, a fellow Canuck, a fellow Canadian. Car ton bras c'est porter l'épée. Yeah, I know the Canadian national anthem. And what? I'm born here. Blessed King. Blessed King, or is it Blessed King? Either way, is it even with us right now? Is a great question. Let's find out. Nope. So here's a pretty easy to comprehend rule. If you're not here, I can't review your track. And if you drop your track and then leave, I will murder your family. That is a joke. It is not going to happen. But it might. Seriously, don't be that dick. Do not be that person. Because the second that I find that happening, I'm never taking one of your tracks again. This ain't no music promo stream. This is like improvement stream. If I do a music promo day, it's okay, fine. But exactly, stand behind your music, man. Thank you, Errol DeVille. Appreciate that. We're gonna be moving on down the line here. Are you left-handed or mirrored? Mirrored. It's mirrored. Look. This is you can tell, this is not a red Neff guitar. This is just a mirrored camera angle. All right, I'm moving on. Sorry, you got to be here to get your feedback, Blessed King. Sorry, Blessed King. Not blessed enough to be with us. Too bad. I have a Red Neff too. Great guitar. Yeah, you know what though? I do love Red Neffs. I think they're my favorite brand of guitar, Red Neffs. But I gotta say, Nos Bigs are pretty cool guitars as well. We got to admit, right? When you got either a Red Neff or a Nos Big, one of those guitars are awesome. Hold on, I got another one in my head. Zenobie is a good one as well. Zenobie is what my brand. The brand of my bass is a Zenobie. So yeah. Won't be able to stay until my turn, so I'm gonna dip and you can remove me from the queue. Leave. You just removed your damn self from the queue. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Actually, letting us know that you can be with us is also a good way to like not waste anyone's like a spot in line or anything like that. So thank you very much, Kirby Slice. Appreciate your honesty and appreciate you being with us. Hopefully we can get to your track next time a little faster. What do we got here? Pulse Obsidian. There ain't no YouTube tracks on this channel, my dude. It's SoundCloud exclusively. I think that I've published that pretty much everywhere, including in the instructions where you press command feedback. Have your SoundCloud link ready. And there is a reason for that, by the way, Pulse Obsidian. It is because every time I put a damn SoundCloud, or rather YouTube video on this stream, when I re-upload this stream back up to YouTube, where I keep all of my VODs, by the way, guys, if you want, command YouTube to find out my YouTube link, go and subscribe and see what's up. That every time I upload back onto YouTube, it gets either copyright flagged or it gets just partially muted or it just gets fully muted. It doesn't become available for y'all. You don't see your own songs in the video. There's no point to that. So I don't do YouTube. So Pulse Obsidian, SoundCloud, you got something? You got something for me? Or did he rage quit? Some people do that. Some people don't have the patience. That's fine. Pulse Obsidian is still with us though, so I'm not sure if it's on SoundCloud. Can you check? No. No, I can't. No. So here's what we're going to do, Pulse Obsidian. Because you're still with us, and I appreciate you sticking with us, by the way, I'm going to put you next in line. That should give you ample time to check SoundCloud, and if necessary, upload your track onto it, which is free, by the way. It's a free platform. Sign up with Google or whatever. It's even easier to sign up. But I'm going to put you next in line. Okay? We are, however, going to move on down the line. And as a matter of fact, right now, the one that is live, if I'm not mistaken, what the fuck? God damn it. Let's see the queue now. Now we have Sing Sony. Let me just Sing Sony. It's yo motherfucking turn. Yeah, just in case he's not on ears. That's what I like about this this plugin that I'm using for the queue. It actually like tags the people so that if they're not on ears, they actually see their name pop up. I'm a big fan of this, like play with viewers bot, whatever the fucking thing. It's just that now I did it manually, but still, I'm a big fan. Cool name, nice one. Oh, nice. I love Sing Sony. I do too, actually. They've been through this stream a couple of times. I don't think they're with us right now. They're not. Folks, you gotta stick with us if you want us to listen to your music. I can't. You know what I mean? Like I can't magically manifest the song that you want us to listen to. Come on, guys. And again, for all those with us, we appreciate you sticking it out with us. Next up is going to be I Not. But if ever you gotta go, you gotta go. It's cool. People got work. People got some stuff. That's fine. If you could just like let me know, or even better, just command leave. Command leave will take you out of the queue, and then that way we don't like do this where we're like waiting for people who aren't here. So if you really gotta go, that's cool. That's cool, dog. I'm not an idiot. I know that I'm not your priority in life. I shouldn't be. If I am, please go take care of your shit. Jesus Christ. You're in the wrong place. But if you can't make me your priority today, that's cool. Just command leave, and it's like no hard feelings whatsoever. But for now, we're going to be going past Sing Sony, and we're going to be hitting up I Not 2. I have not forgotten Pulse Obsidian, because they are just still taking care of the whole SoundCloud procedure. But we will listen to this one in the meantime. I Not 2. Zender Air. Oh, I think I know what this means. Zender Air. What? Okay, so that's air, for sure. No. Is it? No. No, it's not. Air? Air. I think that's air. I think that's what it means. But Glanzenden. What the fuck does that mean? What does Glanzenden mean? I know it. I've heard this word before, and it's driving me crazy. Someone translate for me. Either way, we're gonna be listening to this. Glanzenden means like shiny. Oh, shiny air. Ooh, I like that. So here we go. Shiny air. Air is an egg? Really? Air is an egg? Oh shit! Then I was completely wrong, and I haven't heard this term before, and I'm confusing it with something else that I've heard probably years ago at this point. So completely wrong. Shiny eggs. Let's listen to Shiny Eggs together. I not. Give me something to love. Come on.
Alles steht noch Kopf, ja. Pflanzen stehen im Topf, ja. Alle big wie Zopf, ja. Rotes Kleid im Spotlight, macht uns so wie Gott, ja. Matching Jeans wie Top, ja. Gibt's Angria und Shots, ja. Baby, ich find dich hot, ja. Babe, bleib ruhig, ja, wir sind das Team. Tanzen, saufen, smooth wie Green. Du und ich, ja, wir sind das Team. Flow. Wenn ich dich sehe, alles ist perfekt, wenn ich dich sehe. Alles ist perfekt, wenn ich dich Gucci, Prada, macht kein Drama. 2 Pyjamas, keine Lanas, keine Saras, keine Janas. Nur noch du und ich im Prager. Heiß, geil, ja, du bist fürs Class. Fein, geil, ja, du kriegst den Pass. Reiß, geil, ja, mit mir fürs Glas. Komm, mein Geil, gib Gas, Gas, Gas. Babe, bleib ruhig, ja, wir sind das Team. Tanzen, saufen, smooth wie Green. Du und ich, ja, wir sind das Team. Flow ganz neu, so fresh, so clean. Guck schnell, Babe, du bist auf den Screen. Fame und Klasse wie Mr. Bean. Touris fragen, how you been? Dann sag ich, living in my dream. Wir cruisen durch die Stadt im Cabriolet mit dem Glänzen.
Okay, so that's about 2 minutes.
Eier, Aubergine.
Okay, sorry. Needed to finish the bar. Can't leave something on like a 2 or a 4. Fuck that. Okay. Let me just finish this note here. Okay. So, first thing I gotta say to you here, I not. The texture and everything is cool. It kind of suits itself. I have questions such as, did you say Mr. Bean at some point? And did you say Fabergé? Because eggs, Fabergé, makes sense. But like, did I hear Mr. Bean? Or am I fucking crazy? Just as a fun question. But yeah, the aesthetic. Okay, good. I thought I was crazy, but I'm like, I don't think I'm that crazy. I am, but not about these things. Not about what I hear. Anyways, aesthetic is nice. The aesthetic is nice. It's sort of like engaging in that like sort of house aspect of it. But it also has that singing rap, which could be misused, I guess, but I feel like in this it's more used as just like the text part of the texture, which is sort of like engaging and yet kind of relaxed and laid back. I like that contrast. I like that your rhythm is like super upbeat and like pumping, and yet the textures and all of those are sort of like hanging back in the energy level. I like that. I like the contrast. Now, let's start together, I not, by saying your vocal quality recordings are meh at best. I think that you have a lot of high mids on it, and I think it's part of the recording because you're it sounds like there's a lot of room leaking into your mic that you have like removed using plugins, but it sounds like recorded, baked in to the recording of your vocals, and I'm not loving that sound. So if you could get more of a dead sort of like this kind of sounding mic, where it's like it's you're just recording flat. It's more of a mixing problem. It might be a mixing problem. It might just be too many high mids mixed in there. Either way, we're gonna need more of the more low cough in your voice, one way or the other. The reason I said it might be baked into a recording, it might be a recording problem, because commonly when you're using a recording that has a lot of room in it and you put it through one of those plugins, it's still like there's still just too many high mids. No matter how much you EQ the shit out of your high mids, it just kind of sounds like that a little bit. But if it's just a mixing problem, that's even easier to resolve. So just EQ that properly. Sounds a little like flat in terms of delivery, in terms of performance as well. That's just my own personal preference though. I think you could be like a little more like a little more dynamic, I think. Just a bit. The song is uploading right now. Will be a minute. I'll just re-enter the queue if that's okay with you. You don't have to. You're next in line. I told you I'd put you next in line, Pulse Obsidian, so you have nothing to worry about. So as soon as it's uploaded, we'll come to you. We'll probably take another couple minutes to finish the song anyways, so all is well. That ends well. Good play. Never seen it, but I think it's a good play. Okay. I think you could... I think you could sidechain your compression, sidechain your track a little bit heavier on like tuned to the kick specifically. I think that there is some in the low mids and the low end. I hear it coming and going when the kick comes in. I think you could subtly, you don't want to go too hard on this, but I think you could also sidechain that to your higher mids and stuff like that, because it does miss a little bit of that pulsing feeling, that like come and go feeling that could be in there but isn't. And that's a pretty easy thing to do. Just dial it in, but tastefully. Tastefully. Don't do it too crazy. The bass is fine. The other stuff, I think you could sidechain a little bit more aggressively. Bass we want heavy sidechaining, but the rest of it is do it tastefully so that we kind of still hear the first note, but it just kind of like it's just sort of supposed to, whereas the bass is like you're supposed to hear it more like sort of just supposed to like ease back a little bit so that we can hear the kick a little more like clearly. And I think you could even stand to turn your kick up a dB or two, personally. Kane Lol, thank you very much for following. Appreciate that. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think not only your kick, but your snare, both of which can be given at least a dB or two, if not 3 to 5 dB, depending on... I think the snare could use a little more dBage volume, also known as volume. I think the snare could use a little more than the kick personally, but that is a question of preference. And I see, for this track especially, I don't see the snare as being super necessary to be super loud and punchy. Kick is another story, but the snare could be falling into the background aesthetically with this track, and it would make sense to me. So I think that's nice. Let's just listen to this a little bit more.
Wir trinken ein paar Flaschen. Moe, alles ist perfekt. Wenn ich dich sehe, wir cruisen durch die Stadt in Cabriolet.
I think the lead voice, yeah. It's funny because there is like a lot of low mids now that I'm listening to it, but I just feel like the high mids are kind of overpowering them. But I think you could in general stand to bring those back in the mix a little bit, your vocals, because I think my potentiometer is at nominal here.
Alles ist perfekt, wenn ich dich sehe.
You could stand to master this a little more aggressively, meaning you come into your compressors a little hotter on your master channel. I think you could stand to do that. You have a little bit of headroom here, and I think you could really drive it a little bit more aggressively, but not much. You don't want to overdo it. I think that's pretty much the last comment that I have for you, though, because the rest sounds pretty good to me. So on that note, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Hopefully you are open to that feedback, but usually you are in general, so I don't think that you should have a problem with this. I think that there are very few tweaks. I think your aesthetic is pretty well fleshed out. Your arrangement is also pretty good, feels pretty solid, natural. It's a short and sweet song. How do you finish it? I want to hear.
Wenn ich dich sehe.
Okay, cool. I was a bit afraid of just a regular echo playing out, but the fact that it pitches down is a little bit cooler, I guess. What I would probably do is cut the reverb at that section. Just let the delay ring without any. And not only pitch down, but actually low pass the further and further you get. So it's like, you know what I mean? So kind of like a vinyl record slowing down, you play with the formants, maybe if you want to, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty, but honestly, moving low pass plus the delay minus the reverb equals Perfektenschlag. I never get to use that word in my stream, so I think I'm happy I got to use it this time. Kane Lull. Hi, how I can submit a track to the queue? You can chat, command join in the chat, and you'll be part of the queue. Then you wait until your turn. And then when it's your turn, you can throw your SoundCloud link in the chat directly. Simple as that. But either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. It's nice to have you, as always. You're a wonderful guest of ours, and you're always welcome here. Love to listen to your music. You always have some interesting stuff. And hey, we got to hear your German. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, right? You know, I like international languages. I like languages in general. Love them. And I learned the German word for eggs today. Eier. Which is nice. Eier. Eier, right? Eier. Eier. Eier or Eier? I don't know. I don't speak German. We're moving on that note. How is your German? And please don't say Rammstein. Meine Deutsch ist nicht. It's not. My German is not. Ihr. Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank you. Because that's important for me, because any country I need to go to, I need to know how to find breakfast. Breakfast is kind of like the baseline for me. If I can find breakfast in any country, I'm good. So yeah. Ja, glanzende Eier. Okay. Or just Google it easier. I mean, yeah, easy is the easiest way to do it, I guess. We're moving on here, folks. I don't see Pulse Obsidian's link. He might still be uploading. DJ Heinous Espadrilles just subscribed. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Feedback. Oh, and you're part of the queue as well. Thank you very much. DJ Heinous Espadrilles, our latest subscriber, as well as in the queue. Welcome back, my dude. You've been with us for 4 months, man. Thank you very much for supporting this stream as long as you have. That's really cool. Do you have a 1 feedback per stream politic? Yes, I do. Yeah. That's some German I know. Yeah. Ja, ist ein. I don't know. I don't know the rest. I don't. Ist ein per Tag, I guess. I don't fucking know the word for per in German. I'm trying. I want to learn so bad. I want to learn German really, really badly. Hey, what's good, my man? What's good? Hey, this is Padrillos. Thanks, my man, dude. Good to see you. Been a minute because work, but cool to be back. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. It's at 75% uploading right now. Okay, then, folks, we're going to just be moving on down the line here. Pulse Obsidian, I'm going to go next, but I'm going to re-add you right back into the queue right after. And I'm going to just put you later on in the queue until you're saying, all right, we good. So it's going to skip your name, but I'm going to add you back. So don't worry about it. I know all the codes. Pulse Obsidian, yes. So it's your turn, Geronimo TV. It's me next. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Another subscriber. We've got 2 subscribers in the chat. That's nice. That's very nice. It's very wholesome. Very happy about that. All right. Pulse, you're in the queue. Just let me know when you're ready. I'll just keep pushing through, pulsing through. Dinas Espadrilles, up, down, left, right, A, B, start. It's B, A, select, start. God, Espadrilles. Fuck's sake. You know? Up, down, left, right, B, A, select, start. God mode on every game. Come on, man. Come on, man. Are you even from the 90s? You know? Quick thing here. Blows in cartridge and try again. Oh, wait. This should be the right one. That one does work. I was about to tell you, Geronimo, that it wasn't working. Cassin's Corner. Feeling the Sega vibes there, Mike. Cassin, Thomas Cassin, ladies and gentlemen. Early supporter of our stream. What's going on, dude? How you going? Hopefully you're doing well. How was the Wii Music stream? I'm curious how that went because I was unfortunately unable to watch, working a very corporate contract. So yeah. How did that go? I'm hoping it went well. Feeling the Sega vibes there, Mike. I love that, dude. And blows in cartridge and tries again. Heinous Espadrilles, you know how to hit my heartstrings. I have an N64 in my house right now. and I actually enjoy now blowing into the cartridge. I'm like hoping the game doesn't work the first time I turn it on, so I thought, woo, I have to turn it up. You know, I love that happening now. Okay. N64, not Sega though. Sega's all right. I used to have a Genesis. I used to have one, but honestly, the games are just shit compared to N64. N64 has the all-time game classics. You know what I mean? It's not just you. Coincidentally, I also like blowing myself. That was funny. That was good timing. That was good timing. Thomas, not sure how to react. Nervous laughter, literal. Okay. Enough of this tomfoolery. Let us proceed to the track Yini by the artist known as Geronimo. Is that racist? I don't know. Is that like the Native American thing? I don't know. I don't want to get involved in that. Either way, Geronimo, Yini, let's go before we get canceled. We're listening to half of this. Not even, but we're listening to... No, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We're listening to 3 minutes. Here we go! All right, that's about 3 minutes. Wanted to finish the bar, as I am wont to. So first things first, if not our first, the stream's first, maybe the stream's second, but guaranteed top three, first three of our tier 3 subscribers, DJ Beignet, ladies and gentlemen, Well done. Thank you very much. We appreciate you supporting the stream in the way that you choose to. And much appreciation going to you. You are hereby, for 1 month, entitled to reviews that are in excess of 5 minutes long. Or rather, listens that are in excess of 5 minutes long. So if you have your progressive house tracks, DJ Beignet, now's the time to... well, not now, but next week would be the time to bring it in. I appreciate you very much. Neptune, Mike! What's going on? Neptune! Hi. I like this, but I feel like maybe it wants to get here a bit sooner. That is one of my comments as well. DJ Heinous Espadrilles, I agree with you. I've been in some clubs where this music was going, but never knew what genre it is. I have a comment on that as well, Einot. Thank you, Einot, for Neptune, for joining the queue. Appreciate that. Tier 3, leave some chicks for the rest of us, big boy. It's funny. It's good. Very ethereal. Yes, it does have that ethereal feel, especially near the beginning, gotta say. They changed things on me, so I've been trying to figure out how to do T3 for 20 minutes. I know it's kind of complicated. Appreciate your patience and appreciate you sticking it out and supporting the stream. Paul Subsidian, we good now? All right. That means I will put your name next in queue, which means we will go to you prochainement, as they say in French. Nice, Geronimo. Thank you. Nice you. Oh, trust me, there was that track I was mentioning that's like 7 minutes long that's progressive as fuck, but no effects and whatnot, mostly just focusing on writing stuff and ideas at the moment while also picking up mixing/mastering skills. Well, fuck with some shit with that track and we'll see what we get. But yeah, absolutely. Genre drugs. Agreed. The genre is drugs for this track. DJ Beignet, all the chicks for you, boss man. y'all just showing each other love. Okay, back to Geronimo's track real quick. So first things first, I couldn't quite make heads or tails of the beat in the intro just because there was no like downbeat reference here. Like I think that... Thank you, I am Tontic. Appreciate you joining the followers crew. Appreciate that very much. A bit of metric and ambiguity. So yes, it was a bit ambiguous in terms of not only the beat, but the melody. I get that this is a deep house track, but it was also kind of like, I'm not sure where to dance. Like, this is the whole point with these, is like, you're making songs for people to move their body to. And I gotta say, with regards to Einot's comment, what he said was, I've been in some clubs where this kind of music was going but never knew what genre it is. This is kind of very, very... this reminds me a lot of the corporate events that I work as a sound man, like as an engineer, mixing their like headset mics or their lavalier mics while they're doing conferences and stuff. This reminds me a lot of like the waiting music between conferences, and it reminds me a lot of the like the intro music when they have these like super video intros for each presenter and stuff like that. This music reminds me a lot of that, and so that's fine because when they're there for that purpose, for the corporate purpose, it's like you're not really paying attention, you're not really moving to it, so it's like this is perfect for that. But when you're making it so that people in clubs could actually feel out the song, it's kind of like it's the kind of thing where if I'm like moving 10 seconds or 15 seconds at a time, if I'm trying to dance in the club, you know, when I go out to the club, I go dancing. You're like, I do that thing, right? That's definitely something I do. As I dance like this, right? I know how they dance up in the club. When I'm dancing and I'm dancing for more than 15 seconds and I still can't lock the beat, you know what I do? I'm gonna go for a drink, or I'm gonna hit the bathroom, or I'm gonna go for a cigarette. That's like my instinct, is like if I'm not feeling the beat quick enough, if I'm not finding the downbeat so that I can like lock in with it, I find something to do so that I don't feel uncomfortable. And I think you want to avoid that, personally, Geronimo. So a little bit of ambiguity near the beginning, totally cool. It's like, oh, what's going on here? But if we don't answer that question fast enough with something, just something to latch onto, people end up either switching songs, or they end up going for a cigarette, or they end up going to the bathroom, getting another vodka tonic. You know what I mean? Like, let's put the odds on your side that people lock into it, and then just the whole song, they're just feeling it. They're just dancing up in the club like this. They got the club dance. You feeling it. You're just dancing. Let's get people doing more of this, and a little less of am I white or can I not find the downbeat? Because that's what I feel like at the beginning. I was like, yeah. Oh shit! Is this one of those times where I should probably lock in, but I'm not because I'm like racially incapable of doing so? So yeah, it's been said. Let's just develop a concept that is lockable a little earlier. I would extend that to the melody also because essentially waiting almost a minute to divulge almost any like melodic concept. Again, you're trusting your audience a whole lot to wait. And I don't know about you, I don't trust my audience to wait that long. Like, that's just for my music where it's like rock and it's blues and stuff, and it's supposed to be a bit of a more dramatic intro. But if I was your audience, or rather if I was you, I wouldn't trust your audience to wait this long to find something interesting to latch onto, both in melody and in beat. I Not 2's got to get going, man, but thanks again for everything. Thanks for being with us, man. I appreciate you stopping by. DJ Ben Yesing forgot to say earlier, the drums for my track are some weird mix between house, deep house, UKG, breakbeat, hence why it's not quite fully a break. Okay, fair enough. Let's hear it fully developed. You know, when you're coming to the stream, you can definitely have some very fleshed out ideas, but like, let's have those ideas at least a little bit fleshed out. You know what I mean? So that we can cut to where we're going. So I know where you're going rather than where you might go. That's really what I need to know. Yeah, it's cool to leave a long drum intro for mixing and stuff, but the beat isn't strong enough in that section to allow for the mix. That's another thing, is that if you are leaving some headroom so that other people can mix with your beat, I would be confused as a DJ trying to beat match, personally. But that's just me because I suck as a DJ, so maybe it's just that. Have fun, guys. I not. Thank you very much. Have fun yourself. Aish, I'm trusting the DJ to mix it, but yes. Yeah, I wouldn't trust DJs either, personally. It's just, I don't know, man. Something about them. And I'm going to be mixing them all summer, basically. So, there we go. As the DJ, also agree with that. Well, there you go. There you go. The only other comment that I have for you, Geronimo, I know that this is a deep house beat, which means that the movement is going to be really baked into the beat and the actual structure itself, but I feel like you can have some elements during your drops, at least, that create a little bit more motion, a little bit more movement, because what we have here from the start to the finish is very similar. And you have that super housey chord that's like slowly getting louder throughout. So that's good movement, right? But that in and of itself, combined with everything else that you have that is super like repetitive and steady, it might not be enough. We might have to have more swirl. We might have to have a riser of sorts in the background, like maybe just a rising sweep that just like creates some air at the end of every like just some of those transition of effects so that we can feel the song moving underneath our feet while we're dancing to it. Because otherwise it's just, we're just vibing, okay, well, is it gonna vibe or is it gonna move? You know what I mean? So something that just creates some of that continuous movement, similar to what you have going with the house chords, but more. And on different timelines as well. Like that's on a like a 16 bar timeline. Make some that are on an 8 bar. Make some that are on a 4 bar. Motion should be moving. Wow. Someone put that shit on a t-shirt. Motion should be moving. I'm a genius. That's it. Call the nuclear physicists and tell them that we have found a new discovery, a new breakthrough idea. Motion should be movement. Lord. But honestly, Geronimo, this is pretty much the only comment that I had because I see your idea and I see the way it's developed. And honestly, the rest of it, I don't have a problem with it, honestly. I think that the rest of it accomplishes the job that it does, which is to feel sort of very vibey and spacey. Someone said, I think it was Heinous Espadrilles that said, genre drugs. That's sort of what it feels like to me. It's really just supposed to get us moving. I think that we should just emphasize the movement more. Not only in the beat and the melody ambiguity at the beginning, but throughout our drop, maybe even throughout this break. To have nothing there is a chance we're taking. It's something we are saying to our audience, like, here, this is all you're getting right now. And it's, again, some people are like, ooh, that's risky. But a lot of people will find that, not my words, boring. And it's just the bottom line. Do you want to appease more people or do you want to appease less? That's your call. That's totally your call. But I would say we create more motion throughout each section, have a layer of complexity on top of the layers that you have created, and things should work out. Things should work out. Yeah, it's deep house vibes. In South Africa, it's one of our more chilled genres in South Africa. As Afrikaans, another language that I'm fascinated by. But yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say. I've been scratching this and it's been just getting redder and redder because I've been getting itchy because my hairs are tickling it. It's just calling it out. I'm like self-snitching. Anyways, definitely with the MDMA scene, I get that. That's cool. I respect that. But I think that MDMA isn't enough of a stimulant to make songs like this like keep me moving. Although I've never done MDMA, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's more than enough for MDMA. Maybe this is like a bad trip on MDMA. Who knows? People who do MDMA. Either way, thank you very much, Geronimo TV, for allowing us to listen to your track online, providing feedback, comments, criticism. Hopefully you're open to some of it. I think it'll improve your track if you, again, like just fuck with the motion. Fuck with the motion of it all, and you'll fuck with people's emotion. So that's cool. Either way, thank you, Geronimo TV, for trusting us with your track. DJ Heinous Espadrilles also donating $5 so as to, I'm assuming, skip the line. I'm assuming is what you want. The movement motion ideas are awesome. Thank you. Your ideas are awesome. DJ Heinous Espadrilles, we are going to be putting you, if your goal was to skip the line, we are going to be putting you right after Pulse Obsidian. Spastic motion, yes indeed. My wife just messaged, she's on her way home, so my Twitch time is short. We have Pulse Obsidian, who has been called for a while here, so we're going to do his first, and then we're going to do yours immediately thereafter. The only reason that I didn't go before Pulse Obsidian is because technically his turn was long ago, and we were just allowing the SoundCloud link to upload. Whoops. My entire computer just spaced again. Also, is this an every Tuesday thing unless otherwise noted? Pretty much, Binya. It's like next Tuesday, I'm actually going to check for next Tuesday, but I think I'm going to be doing it because I don't believe I have a contract next Tuesday, although I think I have one next Wednesday early. Yeah, it's a little, it's not that bad. I will probably do a short feedback stream next week. But the week after I will not. Because I have a contract that week in particular. So that's the only thing. I think that's pretty much it. Either way, let us do Pulse Obsidians. Of course, no worries at all. Just explaining why I'm skipping to feel less like a jack-off. Dude, you have nothing that you pay for it. You pay for the privilege so you don't have to explain why you have to skip. That's exactly why we have that function, man. I appreciate your penis. I appreciate your penis. I'm so sorry. I appreciate your patience. So thank you, Mike. I'm gonna eat some flack about that one. All right, let me have it in the chat. I'm assuming. Emotion. Oh yeah, you permitted the term jack off. Thank you, Emotionless. I appreciate that. Thanks, my mod. Yep. I deserve it, Benya. I deserve it. All right, here we go. The Way She Dances by Pulse Obsidian. Let's listen to 2 minutes of this and let's tell you what we think of it. So, first things first, eres espadrilles. Motherfucker. Someone had to do it. I understand. Watch your back. No, it was funny. Let's see what you guys are talking about here on this beat. Hold up, wait a minute. Ain't no way, bro. Nope. Yep. Well, Enes Espadrilles made me pay for that comment, so don't worry about that. It's been avenged. Reminds me of the 80s. I like the idea a lot. Yeah, retro synthwave was the idea. The idea has been communicated and has been understood. I love the textures. I love the idea. I love the songwriting of the melodies and the way that they work together. It makes me think that it should be in a Rocky montage or like a greatest hits from Flashdance or something like that. Like it sounds like exactly in that era. So very nice, like well executed, I suppose. Now, first things first, your master. Let's talk about the master first because this is the easy part to fix, in my opinion. The master is very crowded, so things are just coming into your master channel and are just kind of slamming your compressor back and forth. And we are getting more synth than we are drums, and that's like the opposite of what we should be doing. So I think, Obsidian, you're gonna be needing a multi-band that is pulling a little bit more weight than what it is now, because we're getting way too many frequencies that are like decomping and comping aggressively. And I think that we could leave a little more like oomph, a little more headroom, but at the same time, it being slammed into a compressor is a good sound for this kind of stuff. It feels very 80s tape style. It felt like I just joined the most amazing VHS rental club of all time. Right, exactly. And that's why aesthetically speaking, you've accomplished the mission. But mix-wise and master-wise, I think it's either your mix, but I'm pretty sure it's the master. We're trusting our main compressor to do way too much heavy lifting, and it's kind of punishing us by throwing your kick and your snare way back in the mix. So it's either you're gonna have to do both, which is boost up your kick and your snare in your mix, but then also throw in a multi-band compressor, not OTT, for the love of Christ, although you could make it work, I suppose, but throw in a nice reliable 4-band multi-band compressor that can handle your low mids and your high mids separately, and really like fuck with that a little bit so that everything is just nice and even coming into the final limiter, because I hear the limiter doing way too much work and it shouldn't be. The other thing is, and this is like sort of symbolically related to the comment that I just like sort of mentioned, but it's that there's always something going on through this track, and I can probably scan through the rest of your track and it would be the same thing. You quiet down, actually. I stand corrected. But that quiet should have happened probably already. Like it starts there, which is good, but then we should probably fall back down there and then get back up a little sooner. Because it's very dense throughout. Or you know what? Honestly, it just might be the actual master itself that is telling me that things are too dense and that things are being slammed too much. And you might have done a phenomenal job at arrangement. It just sounds very consistent throughout. And I think that that's probably something to do with the master itself still. Because I hear the textures changing throughout now that I realize it. You got some guitar in there too. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I think what I'm saying is it sounds like your arrangement is too dense, but I think that by solving the mixing and or mastering issue that I've spoken about already, that issue will actually fix itself. So don't fuck with the arrangement yet. Don't like pretend I didn't say anything on that level. But really, yeah, we need a lot. Think of it this way: the luffs in your song, not the luffs, but the average loudness if it's like the loudness range, that's the word I'm looking for, the loudness range, if it is like below a certain threshold, it means that the song is very unilateral. What I'm hearing here is that the loudness range doesn't really vary throughout the track. If we are adding in elements that are like more high MIDI and elements that are more low MIDI throughout, that will change our perceived loudness range, which is what we want. We want contrast. We want something to like shift and change over time. So I think that that's really what we're needing here the most, is like just this perceived contrast in volume and dynamic range and frequency. That's what I'm craving when I'm hearing this. But it's really the only comment I have, because other than that, other than telling you maybe take a break on your beat, like, you know what I mean, you have the the whole time. Maybe at some point it would be nice to get a break from the kick. Maybe sometimes it would be nice to get a break from both, just have the hi-hat coming in. Maybe it would be nice to have a silence and drums altogether. Maybe. But you got to try it out. You got to see if that works for you, because right now I like the shape, but I also don't like the shape. I like the shape of your arrangement, but I don't like the shape of your frequencies. That's, again, going to be probably fixed. But consider maybe taking some drum breaks. Geronimo, I'm tired of that plugin. It's enough now. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Sounds decent. Tanarim, I agree with you. God, I have to head out. Thanks so much for the feedback. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Have fun, y'all. Thank you for tuning in today, Geronimo. Appreciate you submitting, tuning, subscribing, the whole 9 yards. Appreciate you, my dude. But that's pretty much it I have to say. That's pretty much all I have to say about your track here, Obsidian. It's really not a bad song altogether. It's written, it gives me the nostalgia vibes from the 80s. It sounds like it would fit perfectly in a Stranger Things soundtrack. Sounds like it would fit right at home in Stranger Things, but it needs to be properly mixed and mastered so that it really emphasizes the variation. What are you saying here? It makes sense. My brother and I are still working on mastering, so it helps, and what you are sharing is great info. Thanks again for your patience, and thank you so much for taking the time to share your knowledge. My pleasure. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide comments, criticism, feedback, what have you. Hopefully you are open to some of this criticism, as I think it will benefit your track, and if you do learn how to master, then great. Otherwise, there's always free mastering software online to guide you in the right direction. I'm not saying that it will be the final file, but if you do throw your track into Lander and then it shows you how it would master, maybe it's a good baseline for you to practice your mastering until you get to something that sounds like the Lander file, or maybe even better. See, I wanted to say fire because I want your masters to sound like fire. So that's what it was on purpose, really. It wasn't a slip of the tongue. But either way, Pulse Obsidian, thank you for trusting us with your track. Thanks for uploading it to SoundCloud also on the fly. Appreciate that. Allowing us to really actually hear your track, which is appreciated. We're moving on down the line to our big skip. We've had 2 skips today, folks. I'm very happy about that. Tannerim, I gotta go, sir. Late here. Glanzende, good Nacht. Shiny, good night. A very good night to you. Good Nacht. Take care of yourself, my dude, and thanks for tuning in with us. A shiny good night to yourself. Take care. DJ Heinous Espadrilles! ¿Qué onda, wey? So you just drop a clip of my like Freudian slip, and then you dip. Really? Really? No, you didn't. You're still here with us. So this is very much a work in progress. I wrote it this afternoon, so taking all kinds of feedback. Okay, we got all kinds for you, bud. We got all kinds of feedback for you. Dip what? Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, fuck's sake. Just share your link. No, but yeah, let's hear your, you know what I mean? Let's hear your shit. Let's go. We're gonna give you all kinds of feedback. Here we go. While we wait. DJ Haynes Espadrilles, your link is not working. I think this one's working. Yep. Bubbler 242. Right? That's the one you wanted me to listen to? I thought I saw that in the first link that you sent, so I think that's the one. Big man on a small horse. That's a funny artist name. That's a pretty good artist name. I'm not gonna lie to you. Big man on a small horse. That's a very funny image. How long have you played guitar? Longer than I haven't. Believe it or not. I started when I was 10. I'm 32. 22 years. 22 years. Jesus Christ. That's longer than half of my life. That's crazy. That's actually crazy to me. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, every now and then you say something about your own life and you're like, oh my God, what? How? That's one of those moments. It's longer than 2/3 of your life. Yes, it is. It really is. And that's scary. Okay, so here we go. Big man on a small horse. Bubbler 242. Let's listen to it together. Let's listen to all 3 minutes of it as well. I'm a mathematician. Funny. Okay, here we go, folks. Okay. So, it is an aesthetic that I enjoy. It is a what are we going to say about this? It is a good baseline. It is a great baseline, even. Like I feel like we know which direction we're headed, but now I need to know why all of us should like follow in that direction. So it's very unilateral. Your building blocks are basically the same building blocks copy pasted throughout. So understood that you're going for something a little bit simplistic right now because you just fucking created it. But yeah, I need a deeper story. I need something a little bit more like rich in storytelling. There is this swirly synth that is going on throughout that's like creating that like secondary layer of storytelling, but it's not distinct enough from the rest of the very ambient aesthetic of your song. So it's just kind of falling into the background and kind of, it's nice as like a background tone. As a matter of fact, if you were to take that synth and mix it back a little bit, like turn it down, it would actually be a nice little airy hovering thing that we wouldn't even notice. But then you have to add something to like complement, you know what I mean? Like really complement it. I thought, or the first thing I wrote was, are the subs panned left and right? But it wasn't the case. Your sub is dead center, but there are octaves to your sub with distortion and buzziness that are panned left and right. And that is making me perceive that the bass is far wider than it actually is. So I noticed that, and then I wrote, nope, reverse some left and right shit instead. Because I think that buzzy synth that buzzy, like, whatever's the unison synth that's, the synth that's in unison with your sub, I think that shit should be closer to the center, supporting the subwoofer, making it stand out a little bit from the center more, because right now it's kind of falling into the back. It should be mono. Oh shit, I've meant to mono that buzzy octave bass. Well, you could mono it, but before you just throw it directly to the center, try like working it inwards until you find a nice spot, because sometimes having that layer of that buzzy octave bass actually is kind of nice, slightly spread out, but only a little bit, just to give the sub the impression of being nice and juicy and wide. Because I like when there's a sub dead center and it's like nice and steady, rock solid, gluing the drums and the track together. But when it's a little wider, it just creates a little more room and atmosphere, and it supports the sub a little bit more, sustainably. So yeah, and because that in and of itself might make your sub feel too loud, you might even have to mix your sub back a little bit, because that octave bass sounds well mixed and at the right level, but the sub, when it's brought into the center, the sub might feel a little dominant, so you might even have to mix your sub back a little bit when you bring it to the center. But try fucking with that. You said you'll keep it slightly wider on the octave. Try, and if it's better to throw it directly center, throw it directly center, but it just allows you to mix like things like your snare and your hi-hats and stuff dead center boldly, and like you have some high-end presence directly in the center from elements that will have to be really mono. So I guess I also wrote two different notes, but they are pretty much the same note. I wrote that the breaks sound too much like the rest of the breaks, like they sound very repetitive, the breaks themselves. Like if I go here, texturally, yes, there are some elements that repeat themselves, but yes, you have also varied textures. But because, again, the chord progression is essentially the same everywhere, every time that there is a subtle change, we don't notice it as much. We just feel like it's more of the same. So I've said this already today, but sometimes it would behoove people to go from and then you change that up. You know what I mean? Like, just fuck with the same chords in a different order, and it might actually create a contrast that is worth noting, like a contrast that feels a little bit different from the rest, so that all of the textural differences that you might have carefully crafted to be super subtle in from one break to the other, we actually fucking notice them. So I would be happy about that personally. Got you. Solid use of behoove, by the way, 10 on 10. I'm a wordsmith if I do say so myself. So thank you for the recognition. Nice to hear. The last note that I have here is most of it is too uniform. The swirls are not distinct enough. And that is actually the note that I said from the beginning. So we've already said it, but I feel like, yeah, you have some solid building blocks here. Now I want there to be a story told on top of that. So a lead element is going to be something that will help you. You're going to have also, well, when you bring that bass in, it'll help, but you're going to also, I had another idea, some different ambient textures, other than those swirly things that you might bring back, some different ambient textures that are more pitched and more like solid in the low mids, something hovery, like, I'm turning down my, my tone here, but it's just like, like plucky, sort of very warm, lo-fi sounding samples will bring out, again, some of the stuff that's already there, only by just being mixed very, very far in the background. Stuff like that, it's an easy win for you, because you just throw it in and that's that. Yeah, heavy textural stuff is definitely where I was thinking to go with it. For your lead elements, maybe. Background, actually, you know what? No, it could work for both. It could. I see a scenario where it works for both. So yeah, there you go. Not only heavy, but just dense. I think dense is the word that I'm looking for here. We need some density. Everything is very light and airy. We need some, like, substance now. We need some balls, some cojones. So yeah, that's all I have to say about your track, though, dude. It was a very well, like, produced. What you do have is very well produced. So it's the thing now we're missing is what you don't have. So I'm really happy about that, because that's just a question of, like, brainstorming and kind of like songwriting, like, with, you know, some creativity. So you're just kind of going in there. Either you go in there with a synth, or you go in there with a guitar, or you go in there with a piano. Either way, piano would be actually a nice texture for this, now that I think about it. Like a nice Bossendorfer, something that really warms up the texture a little bit, something pretty lightly compressed near the beginning of the track, but that gets more and more compressed and dynamic. That might be something that ties the entire track together nicely. Some lo-fi piano sound, James Blake style. I don't know who that is. If you share it in our Discord music chat, like the idea that you're thinking, we can probably take a look at this off stream. But I'm thinking like some, like, very low pass, somewhat distorted and more compressed piano throughout. It might give you that, like, that breath, that low breath that I think you're missing. Either way, I think it's great. The artist known as Big Man on a Small Horse, otherwise known as DJ Heinous Espadrilles, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. You are appreciated as a viewer, as a subscriber. Appreciated also if you would listen to the feedback, give it a try, come back with the song, fucking with it a little bit, seeing if those textures actually stick, I guess. I'm curious, you know what I mean? Like when I hear something that's nice, I like to hear it in its, like, either final form or in its upgraded form, either way. But thank you for trusting us with your track. Thank you very much for that feedback. It was heartily appreciated. I will definitely bring you a more full-fledged version soon. Bam. Very nice. We're going to be moving on down the line, folks. DJ Heinous Espadrilles, I know that you have to probably go, but feel free to stick around as long as you can while we move on down the line to Errol Duville. Sounds like a name that I should introduce with a transatlantic accent. And now Errol Duville performs this song for us live on the air. You know what I mean? Hovering until I am no longer home alone, when the wife gets home with the kids. You know? Iced coffees are awesome. especially when you make your own maple coffee. Then you don't drink it, so you put it in the fridge thinking like, oh, I'll make a nice coffee with it in a couple of days. Then you actually do. You add some chocolate and milk to it, some like chocolate syrup and milk to it, and then the maple and the chocolate are doing this weird fusion thing where it's like, I'm Canadian, but I'm also a chocoholic, but I feel like this is just too much. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's amazing. I feel great. I feel like I shouldn't have this much caffeine, but I feel great. Freed, if you will. All right, Errol DeVille, Come Test Me is the song that I have here. A song for which we will be listening to 2 minutes thereof. Yo, check out this cover though, folks. I will not lie to thee. This is pretty fucking dope. This looks like my next D&D villain that I'm gonna make my players face. Like the king of centipede, crab, snake creatures. This sounds like a homebrew monster that I am going to now design for my next D&D encounters that I DM. It's like pretty badass. The priest of centipedes. The priest of the millipedes. Ooh, millipriest. Oh! There it is. The millipriest. I'm writing that down. Millipriest. Okay, cool. It's noted. I'm gonna do that shit. Right now I'm creating a homebrew subclass of a ranger with my buddy. So and it's like super cool, it's like really primal, and anyways, it'll be online at some point soon and probably available for use, try it for playtesting. But yeah. Warlock for the win. Agreed, says everyone. Said everyone ever. Warlock for the win. My girlfriend is running a Sorlock right now. She goes 6 level Sorcerer, and now she's dipping in 2 in Warlock, and is probably going to continue down Warlock. Why? Because Warlock for the win. Said everyone ever. Fuck. Am I right? DJ Hina says, Padrino is tripping up our Discord. Don't be surprised if you don't see the chats right away, because I got to fix that in my server. I got to find a way to like just make you accept the terms and conditions, and then it just gives you access to everything. But for now, I don't know how, because I suck. But here we go. Errol DeVille, ladies and gentlemen, Come Test Me, the work in progress. Let's go. All right, it's past 2 minutes already, but like, goddamn. Okay. So I wrote one note and then I was figuring out what the fucking BPM was because you guys were making me curious. And I guessed 160 in my head. Errol DeVille says it's 165 and it feels a little faster than 160. Absolutely. So, wow. Nice. That was really, really cool. First of all, I typed it, but someone Google what the fuck delectation means because I need to know the meaning of that word instantly. Very nice panning fuckery going on here. So that is actually a note that I had in my head that I didn't have the chance to write down because we were already at the end of this. But I do like the delay panning that you're doing because I'm hearing that the only delay, the only panning really that's happening here, or here, I should say. Like drum delays, right? And then later on, it's like the main melody is happening in the center and then the delays are happening in the left and right. So that's beautiful. I just want to say that in and of itself here, Errol, is wonderful. That's a beautiful, wonderful effect. However, I will say, I would sometimes like for the original source of audio to bounce from left to right or right to left or whatever order without delay. I would like for the delay to like cut and the reverb to cut and for just the source without any effects to be all over the place. I really want that motion to actually happen, like, I guess, organically, not just through the effects. And that's, I guess, something that you've not cheated, I don't want to say cheated, but it's easier to just throw on some delay and let that do the work for you. But I would like for you to, manually do it every now and then. The reason I say this is because the rest of your motion, as repetitive and as constant, that shit is pedaling. But that creepy insecty vibe, which by the way, my Millipriest, this is gonna be its fucking soundtrack when they're battling it. I'm just saying. Okay? Just letting you know, this is their soundtrack. That insecty, creepy lead element that's happening sort of dead center here. Love what you're doing with that. Why do I love it? Because it's not repeating itself. It's always, it's a melody. It's as if a singer is kind of just improvising. It's very jammy. It is very jammy, like if you squish an insect. But no, it is jammy, in that it is very ununiform throughout. It's always moving in a direction forward, yes, but it's moving side to side in a very, it's erratic. That is the word. It is erratic and it is non-repetitive. Everything else is repeating, pulsing, giving you that fucking pedaling feeling. But this thing is creating this constant flux, meaning that the song is always something that it wasn't a moment before. And that's why I want your things to bounce left and right as well. I want you that individualistic synth to bounce left and right. I want your bass to high pass itself and then go, you know what I mean? I want you to do this as transition effects to the next section because your song deserves it. Your song really, it could do with just those little accents that make it feel more personified and less turn the delay on and let it do the work. That part is nice, but I also am missing the manual automation. The last note that I will say, because other than that, I just want to flip out over the sound design because it's so grimy and juicy. Your intro volume. Very low compared to the rest. Even at your loudest section here, it's scratching 10. It's scratching minus 10 dB. And a jump from minus 10 to 0, because the rest is very loud and very juicy, as it should be, because it's the fucking drop. I think you should probably bring that up to minus 5. There are some peaks that are hitting the minus 6 There's just isolated peaks, really. Whereas the hover should be probably happening closer to -8 or 7. The peaks should be scratching -4, -3, so that when we get to 0, the difference, this is the thing that people don't understand, is the difference between -5 and 0 is enormous. The difference between -5 and -10 is half as drastic. So when you are going down to -10, you have so much headroom to -0 that if you bring it up to -5, it's better, but it's not that much better because the difference, the sheer difference between 0 and -5 is so wide that it's literally logarithmically, rather reverse exponentially softer or quieter between that comparatively to between -5 and -10, -10 and -20, -20 and -40. It just, the difference becomes less and less noticeable or perceivable. So like, we think, but then I see this and I'm like, the drastic difference is pretty bad. Because the thing, this is why I'm saying this here, Errol DeVille, is because when I turn it up, because this is not loud enough, and I turn my volume up, and then it blasts me, I don't like that. I'm like, oh, so loud I have to turn it back down. I should be setting my volume to a place where like you're telling the story and it's not uncomfortable for me to control the volume at my level. And that's just my own personal preference really when it comes down to it. It's all my personal preference, but I think maybe a little bit less. But it is a whipper. You said it, it is a whipper. What else are you guys saying for this? It's like a grunge 90s techno. I like it. Agreed. General tips. Blade about to smash up a nightclub type beat. Absolutely. 100%. I read that while I was listening and it was like, holy shit, totally right. Holy BPM. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. Normally this type of BPM would fuck me off, but here it works somehow, and that I think is because of what I was referring to before. The motion of the main elements are very erratic and ever-changing and constantly in flux, so it kind of keeps you intrigued, because subconsciously, it's never the same song. There's no chorus, there's no hook, it's uncomfortable sounds happening to you while this is keeping you grounded. It's a beautiful dance between order and chaos. I love it. Oh, here we go. Delectation, which is from the Latin word for delight, suggests a reaction to pleasurable experience consciously sought or provided. More than all the others, it connotes amusement or diversion, or divertissement, in other words. Thank you very much. I will listen to that song later with much delectation, and I appreciate you informing me on a word that I didn't know about. Wordsmith, heal thyself! I be healed! Delectation is pleasure and delight combined. Oh, I like that word. I'm starting to like that word more and more the more I learn of it. But it's an actual word in the Oxford Dictionary. I believe it. Yes, I totally get what you mean. Blessed be thy advice. Yes, have to be for the impact feeling on the dance floor. I get it. I get what you're going for. That dynamic contrast. But again, -5 and -10 and -5 and -0 are two different worlds apart. Yes, have to get the whole RMS to a good level, but whipper, yeah, whatever. Anyways, I think that's pretty much what I had to say about your track here, Errol. Errol DeVille, ladies and gentlemen. No, seriously, that was actually a good track. It was something that was extremely motion oriented and something that is usually not the music I listen to at all. But again, surprisingly, catches me off guard with when the story is constantly evolving. Now, the whole point, I think, of this song is to keep us at discomfort, which is why I didn't suggest you have any repeating sections. I think the goal of this is to make us constantly uncomfortable throughout the listening to this song. At least not uncomfortable, but at least feeling like creepy crawly up and down our spines, getting those shivers, you know what I mean? And that accomplishes it wonderfully. So well done. And again, just a couple of tweaks here and there, and I think you're gonna be on your way. Let's go. Let's create the Millipriest, and let's fucking go. You know what I mean? It generally connotes something has been solely provided for your pleasure to be consumed in a setting that is entirely devoted to savoring the pleasure of the thing. Wow. Well, then I owe you a debt of gratitude for your wanting me to derive nothing but pleasure consumed in a setting entirely devoted to savoring the pleasure of this thing. I don't think that a piano will make me enjoy that to that extent, but if it does, hot damn, heinous espadrilles, I owe you a thank you. Thank you also for expressing what I was trying to express. No worries, my dude. I get it. Like, I get it. I know what the musical goals are when you're sending me stuff. I get it. And I'm just trying to make sure that I'm just trying to make sure that I get it so that I'm not like giving you the poor advice. So like, of course, if at any point someone hears my advice going like, well, that's not at all what I'm trying to go after. That's an important part of like what feedback is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, okay, what are you going for? Okay, this is what you want to do for that. And stop me if I'm not doing that because I'm wasting both of our time, right? So either way, thank you, Errol DeVille. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to your track. Comments, feedback provided for you, what have you. I appreciate you being with us. Hopefully you are open to some of this feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, Errol DeVille, come test me, the work in progress. Errol DeVille, thank you for trusting us with your track. There, okay, I'm done. I'm done now. I appreciate you being with us, Errol. We're moving on down the line. Errol, be sure to stick with us as we continue down this list. This list, which grows shorter and shorter as the moments go by. Folks, we only have 3 people left on the list, actually. Cecil B. Errol DeVille presents the greatest show on earth. Coming this summer to a theater near you. But an actual theater, not like a movie theater. All right. Oh boy, Kane Lull. Don't oh boy me. Did you just assume my gender? Okay, I'll stop that. Let's go. I got here I_don't_know_yet by Recreant. That's a cool name, Recreant. That's a cool name for an artist. First time ever showing anybody my music. Like anybody. Like you didn't even show your mom or your brother or sister. You didn't show like your best friends. This is the first time that this music has been heard by ears other than you, Kane. Are you exaggerating? Or is this legit the first time that we are going to be hearing this? Like we being anybody but you. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the drama, so if it's an exaggeration, like, that's fine too. But nobody has heard this? Well, I think my mom heard a piece once. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's cool. But, wow. Okay, so folks, this is exclusive. This is what we're hearing now. We are hearing something brand new. Never been heard by human ears other than possibly Kane's mom. Let's get the critiquing knives sharpened up. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Get your honing rods and get your butcher's knives. I'm kidding as well. And I showed it to a friend, but literally not anyone I don't know. Well, first of all, in that case, Kane, let me say this. Thank you. That takes a lot of guts. That takes quite a bit of like, okay, let's just do this. Let's just see how it goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to be as honest with you as I possibly can about your music based on what it makes me feel. Because that is what I think you are owed by trusting me with this. So thanks for trusting us, number one. I usually say this after the song, but this can be daunting. And I just want you to know, Kane, the more you get used to like just sharing your music with others and the more people share their music with you, the less of a big thing that it feels like. I'm just letting you know. So it gets easier. So that's the good news. The less than good news, I suppose, is that no, this is actually great news for you. The greater news, I'll say, is that you came to me with this, which means I appreciate you trusting me, but you can trust me because I'm on your side. So let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make this first experience a good one. Matter of fact, let's listen to all 2 minutes and 15 seconds of this track just to make sure we ain't missing nothing. And let's get the most honest perspective and critique. I need everyone's hands on board here. Everyone who has an opinion about this song, we're going to talk about it because we want to be honest. We want to be kind, by the way. Don't be dicks. But we want to be honest. So if something comes out in a way where it's like, you got to improve this, you got to improve it, that's cool. But let's be kind, but fully honest. What are you saying? Song is missing a bridge that I haven't written yet, but other than that, it's structurally finished, so it doesn't include bridge, last chorus, or outro. Okay, something to take into consideration. That's good. Good that you let us know. Here we go. Ah, too bad. I was kind of hoping that I would, keep going. So that's a good sign, man. Let me just write this last thing down. All right. So, dude, that was a good song. There was nothing wrong with that. Like, don't worry about it. Like, it's not a don't worry about the don't worry about it. You're good. Like, you had some pretty good ideas here, and like they were arranged for the most part in a way that is cohesive and coherent. There's elevation, so like things are where they should be. You undersell yourself. So nice job back in there. Carries some heft. Melody is nice. I agree. Your heart rate right now at the second drop, I saw that come up at that point. Like the way there's some movement in the swells of the synth. Agreed. Leaves them wanting more. Agreed. Yep. Lol. Biggest bait build up. Funny. Get your stuff out there. It's great that you're engaging with people. Yeah, dude. Like, keep going on feedback streams. You're gonna probably this is gonna be weird, but I love. There's another feedback stream that I even watch myself. It's Mixed by K. They usually stream on Sundays, and they're great for like mixing and mastering advice. They know technically how to make that mix come on. And I mean, I'm good at that too, but I have a more of an overall like arrangement, songwriting focused approach, which is why I'm going to provide you mostly that for this song, because I think that's where your song really needs to flourish a little more, but that's cool. You should hear the stuff I made when I started out. It was about 6 million times shittier than this. What he said. That's me too. I made songs that I'm listening. The other day, I was listening to something on my AirPods, like just walking to work or something, and a song came, one of my first songs I ever wrote came up, and I was literally like listening for 10 seconds. I'm like, oh, skip. Terrible song. Terrible. So poorly written. So considering, pretty good. Wait, who's on Sundays? Mixed by K. I think it's all one word. K-K-A-Y, I think is how it's spelt. Good streamer, actual good comments and constructive criticism on your mix and on your master. They are a mixing and mastering engineer if I've ever heard one myself. It's just through their feedback I can tell they know what they're doing. So you should probably tune into them if you're like looking for like really detail-oriented mix advice. That's a channel that I love. Cool, yeah, I just recently found these types of streams. It's pretty useful, honestly. DJ Benyet Bet and Gold Power looking to join the queue as well. Welcome with us, because I need to learn some things and have someone to shoot questions off to. For sure, that's why we're here, man. I'm gonna be like definitely as open and forthright as I can. I do have my comments about your song here. Recreant, but more accurately for the stream, Kane. Hina says, but I'm starting a new stream called Mixing on K. It's just a me mixing tracks while on ketamine. They all sound awful. That sounds so entertaining though. Ketamine is so hard to mix with. I'm not that I'm speaking from experience or anything. General tips. I saw you were typing before, and like I think I read through your comments, and I didn't even notice that it was you. Welcome, another subscriber with us today. Lovely to have all of our subscribers with us. That's wonderful. Thank you for joining us. General tips. Gold Power, thanks for joining as well. Gold Power also with the follow, thank you. I have a YouTube link. Is it a problem? It is a problem. You're gonna need to be uploading to SoundCloud to submit to this stream, simply because YouTube, if I play your song from YouTube, the stream will work, like while we're listening to it live. When I re-upload to YouTube later, it's gonna block my shit, and your song is gonna be muted, of all things, for fuck's sake. You know? So lame. So yeah, SoundCloud only, unfortunately. DJ Haynes says, but that is got a dip, been a blast as always. Deuces, homie! Take care, man. Nice to see you. Thanks again for everything. Okay, back to Kane. Kane! Don't think I forgot about you, motherfucker. I just gotta talk to people in the comments as I do. But don't think I forgot about this thing. Pretty good. My first comment, which is funny because it's the first comment that I wrote about the previous song that we heard. This intro is mixed a little too soft, specifically with regards to the textures that you're doing here. When the sub comes in, we're coming in around -10, but like before that, we're scratching only -15 occasionally. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more volume than that. Like again, we should be hovering around -5 at the lowest for our intro, especially for a more commercially viable song. Let's put it that way. For a more popular sounding track like this, we're gonna wanna probably hover around the standards of popular music. So boost that section up all the way. I like where you got to the drop. I like how you got to the drop because it was unexpected and it actually kind of built back up in a pretty quick way. Great. That transition was great. Now, everything that happens before it, I think you're going to need something to show off a little bit more of the story element earlier, meaning a lead element. I hear the square beeps. I hear them. Like, don't get me wrong. I know what you're trying to go for here. That square wave is telling the same melody story as this. As that sawtooth wave, as that sawtooth melody. It's telling a very similar story, both of them. I get it. It's just not standing out as much. And again, it might just be because this is mixed too low, so I'm not getting the life from it. Let me try like listening to it with my monitors turned up a little bit and then like lowering them to reach a approximate equivalence here. Nah, Nah, I'm still gonna need some like lead life in this. There's a lot of like background melody, there's a lot of background chords and background story going on. I'm gonna need something that's like telling a lead story. Maybe it could be vocals. Have you considered that, Kane? Something like, I don't know. I'm gonna sing like just whatever. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Something like that, you know? And I think that would be cool because you could have that same vocalist sing the very same melody, but just an octave up higher later when I feel like there's something missing anyways, which will be here. Something like that, you know? Like, it just needs that, like, mid-range filled in by something that isn't a sawtooth. Because the rest of your lead is pretty much sawtooth. So I think, yeah, we're gonna need something to fill in that gap, and I think vocals are the place to fill it. Absolutely, the idea is to find vocals somehow. Put a word out online. Talk to, throw a sine wave in there. Sure, you could. It's a way of standing out a little bit more. But put out the word on Reddit, dude. On Kane Lull, put out the word on Reddit of like songwriters or something like that. Like, hey, need a vocalist to sing over this. Anybody interested? It's a really good way to like put your music out there and to also get in touch with some musicians. Maybe the easiest way, actually. That's how I started this fucking stream. I was just like, hey, does anyone want me to listen to their music? And I just posted it on Reddit, and then people were like, yeah. That's how this all started. The lead synth, speaking of, needs to stand out a little bit more. So funny enough, Beignet, throw a sine wave in there, might actually be a nice way to make it stand out. Kane, if you were to unison a sine wave with that sawtooth lead for this section, it might actually make it stand out of the mix a little bit more. You might still consider turning it up in terms of volume. You might still consider compressing it a little bit more, but turning up the turning up the volume a little bit. Yeah, the second half of the drop needs something. I already talked about that. Again, we need more lead in the second break, more vocals, a different melody maybe. Very low too, by the way. This is a very, very low mix section. It's good that it happens fast, but again, it's like we should probably, what I would recommend here, I would have more delay from your other synth that happened before here. I would have it like so that basically the delay tails out longer, and by the time the delay is almost inaudible, the other thing is coming, this like sweep that you have going on here, or this rise rather that you have coming on here, they're basically like crossing each other on the way up kind of thing. It's like, so it's kind of a very fluid dip down and then a dip, a rise back up. So yeah, a little more delay on the last synth note that you have here, and it'll create a beautiful transition. And then yeah, more lead on this section. I see a recreant is trying to write a song and post it on Twitch. Recreant, you're trying to write a little music now. I see the recreant, he got some sawtooth and some sine waves now. You know, like it's just gotta, the melody itself has to like, you could even have something that becomes more and more emotional, especially during the like second build. You can have something that repeats the first verse a little bit. Then you wanna make a tune. I see DJ Beignet, he's laughing at what I'm saying to you. And I'm going up
going up on the track, and I'm going up a little lap there, and I'm going up, rising to the top. You know, something like that, that really like gives you a fucking rise to your song. It gives you like a story. It's really what it is. It's like, it's just lacking some of that story. Yeah, more stuff has got to happen, sort of. The whole mixing thing is something I barely haven't got to yet, but the mix isn't too terrible, dude. Honestly, the mix is actually pretty well, like, on its way to being pretty great, but obviously with the drastic volume differences, you're going to want to bring those up and match them a little more to your drops. But it's really the composition and the storytelling aspect. You're going to want to liberally sprinkle on lead elements throughout this track so that you, like, get something. Even if you fuck with some AI vocal generators, honestly, it might be enough just to get the idea across. Vocoders, vocal AIs, whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, get something that will fill in the spaces. The last thing that I have to say here is, compared to how long your drop is here, your break here mathematically is almost as long as your drop. You might consider shortening it a bit, unless you're about, in this section, if you're about to start your rise, disregard what I'm saying. If you have as many of those vocal, like what I did with the vocals, if you have that kind of thing going on in your track, and then later on and then right after it, you're like rising into your second drop basically, then disregard what I'm saying. The break is long enough. But otherwise, cut it down. You don't need that long of a break if you're not having lead elements in there, is what I have to say. And that's the last comment that I have, dude. Honestly, I think I'm glad. I'm like moreover honored to have been allowed to hear your music, because I think you're doing something right, which is a good thing. I think you're doing something right. I think you're composing in a way that is, you know, commercially viable in the sense. I think you definitely have a notion of how you're going to get to your storytelling. Like you said, all right, cool, you basically hit it square on with the vocal idea, just what I had in my head. Well, use this video as reference when you find a vocalist to like work with that can probably do better stuff than I can do, because my voice sounds a little too gritty and rock and roll. I think for your track, you're going to need something that sounds, if you're going rock and roll, you're going to need something that sounds closer to Kaleo, the Icelandic band. You're get closer to that vocal texture if you're going to go rock and roll, whereas mine is a little too Foo Fighters. So, yeah, you're going to want to probably find, though, a pop singer that's going to probably nail it for this song. But yeah, thank you either way, Kane Lowe, for allowing us to listen to this song, maybe for the first time ever, coming out as an artist, and coming out as an artist says, "Mom, Dad, I'm an artist." No! My girlfriend's staring at me weirdly because I'm yelling like a mental case, but she ought to know that this is the status quo in this household. Don't know why. So, Emma, get over it. But yeah, appreciate you basically allowing us to hear your music before anybody else has heard your music besides like your mom and your friend. Like, that's a big step. That is a big step, and it's something that is worth thanking you for just in and of itself. Other than that, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online with the rest of them, with the rest of you guys, allowing us to provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. And thank you, bottom line, for trusting us with your track. It's kind of you. It's a lot of trust you put in me, and I'm glad. So thank you very much for that. We're moving on down the line. Kane, be sure to stay with us and stay tuned as we listen to other people's musics, namely Neptune, who has joined the queue. It's been a minute. It's been at least an hour since they joined the queue. But it is your turn, Neptune. I like to have people whose track I've listened to, that are like with us in the stream giving comments on other people's music, because they know like what kind of music advice I'll be giving, so sometimes they like fill in the gaps. General tips
You motherfucker, you're one of those. You're one of those guys. You're one of those people that just kind of like slips in with advice that's like, oh yeah, it's a good point. I wouldn't have thought of that. Thank you. You do that shit. So always appreciate you being with us. Neptune. Is Neptune even with us though? That's the other thing. I'm having a look now. They are not. Gotta live up to my name when I can, you know? I don't know if I've asked you guys online yet, but what would you think if I renamed the stream Bardic Inspiration? Because it's kind of like what I'm doing. I'm kind of a bard giving inspiration to others, musically speaking. So it's like on the nose a little bit, but at the same time, it's like my tip of the hat to D&D and the fact that I'm a total hopeless D&D fanatic. But also it's true, like it's less of a studio mic, you know, like less of a formal stream. It's much more personable and much more close towards my preference. But yeah, Bardic Inspiration, because it's specifically like an ability that bards have in Dungeons and Dragons, where they inspire others and like give them a bonus to their whatever role that they may choose. I think personally that's cool. All right, we're moving on down the line here, folks. We cannot wait for those who are not with us. So sorry, Neptune. Please come on by next time. Next up is I'm Tontic, one of our latest followers. Hope you're with us. I'm Tontic. Some people just cannot wait. And that's cool. I get it. Just leave the queue. You know, don't make us skip this step where we awkwardly wait for someone to go like, oh, sorry, they're not in the chat. So yeah. I don't mind the bard part, but it's got to be catchier. Catchier how? Like sounding? Catchier sounding? Because I mean, studio mic, is that really that catchy? That's my, like, I guess my question to you, General Tips. Is it that much catchier than Bardic Inspiration? I don't, like, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm just underestimating my own, like, brand. Let's not lie. I'm definitely underestimating my own brand. That's what I do. But I don't know. I don't know. Long time no see, Stefanutu. Welcome back, dude. Nice to see you as well. It kind of is because it's short and sweet. That's fair. Studio mic, Bardic Inspiration. Bardic Inspiration. Yeah, it's like double the amount of syllables, I guess. No, almost. It's 2/3 the amount of syllables, I suppose. 60%. Studio mic, Bardic Inspiration. The 4 syllables in Inspiration is rough on the mouth hole. Yeah, it's a mouthful for sure. Stefanutu, the queue is still open. Absolutely. Absolutely. But do you have studio mics, Mike? Obviously. Obviously. For whom do you take me, DJ Beignet? An amateur? I kind of am. No, but I do have studio mics though, honestly. I have an MXL 990 I'm using right now, a neat worker bee for this stream. I have some MD 421s, some SM57s, SM58s. I have some PG 81s, some Beta 56s. I have some triggers. I have some Behringer non-studio mics. Let's not lie. That kind of shit is, you know, not as great. But yeah. I'm Tontic, man. Nope, no longer as well. Guys, seems like we're just skipping through the queue a little faster. We might get to the end of this queue pretty quickly, guys. Bard Medicine, Born to be Bard is good. It's 4 syllables, and we're Born to be Bard is phenomenal. I love that one. Blinded by the Light, Meep Wrangler, Meep of Faith, Praetorian Bard, Bard Labor, Bard Ass, Bard Ass, Kicked in the Barns, Bard in my French, dude. These are all great. What? Wow, that is like inspired in and of itself. Wow, dude. I enjoyed all of that. I'm just posting bard puns, don't mind me. Fuck no. I don't mind you at all. That was awesome. Gold Power's not here either. All right, I'm just plowing through these. Listen, I don't mind listening to your tracks for free. You just got to be here. It's pretty simple. Hey, General Tips. How do you pay for a skip without paying for a skip? You just wait in line. It's just like, just wait in line. You'll skip your name eventually, because there are too many people who wants to be answered instantly, ahorita, but without wanting to pay. You watch and skip next year. Cheers to that. 25,000 points. I mean, if you're gonna skip using channel points, might as well be someone who's tuning in anyways, right? That's the thought behind it. It's like if you want to earn a skip, I am 10K away. Well, yes, but you don't tune in every week. That's an easy solution for you. Tune in every week. Those points get racked up nice and quick. Just saying. Not like trying to beg you for a view or anything like that. Not at all. All right, I'm just pulling up your page. That's why my computer is lagging, obviously. General tips, you're aware of this. You know what kind of setup I'm dealing with here. Yeah, it's true. Got to get my grind up. Grind it out, man. Grind it out. Come on by. Although, be honest with you, like, I'm not the most rigorous in terms of streaming either. I get contracts these days pretty often, so, like, I'm not the most consistent streamer either. So, pardon to you as well. To be fair, I could be more consistent. But you know what, guys? I thought about this. And it's like, if I'm going to push myself to stream so that I'm on, but I'm giving irrelevant feedback because I'm distracted or my ears are tired from working, what's the fucking point of me streaming if I'm not going to give good advice? Otherwise, this stream becomes absolutely superfluous. Because, like, if I'm worn out from having worked, but I'm consistent, it's like I'll give half good advice, I suppose. I don't want to give half good advice. I want to give good advice. I want to be rested up ear-wise, and I want to be, like, ready for you guys 100%. You know what I mean? Sorry, here we go. I haven't worked on it as much as I'd like to, just haven't been feeling it this week, but I'm not giving up on the track, dude. Literally what I was saying, like, if you don't feel it, don't do it. Because if you're going to have half your heart into producing, what the fuck is the fucking point? Like, no worries whatsoever. We're going to listen to 1 minute and 50. We're going to listen to this entire track either way. Oh, no, I totally understand the point. Stefan Nuto, I'm not necessarily challenging you at all. I'm actually, like, just, if anything, justifying my own negligence. Yeah, I hit almost every stream and I got, like, 11,000 points. Really? Maybe the accumulation is slower than I thought. Maybe I should lower it to 15,000 points then. A skip. What do you think? General tips, you're here more often than most people, honestly, and you would probably have a better impression on, like, how many streams you think, because you don't pay for skips either, general tips, but sometimes, I think once or twice you have. You think 15 would be good? Okay. Well, then we'll see. We'll see if we change that. Yeah, because 25 does seem like a lot. Like, you have to basically be, like, I would have to provide the opportunity to earn that quickly, basically. I would have to stream multiple times a week, and then we would probably be able to get to 25K, which is what I was doing before, to be fair, but then life. Anyways, tips, here we go. Bird Grunge. I fucking love titles like that. I fucking love titles like that. All right, so here we go. Birds and Bass is the description. 25K is 78 hours of watch time, which means that you would have to, if I was streaming 8 hours every week, you would have to tune in for 10 episodes. But I'm not always streaming 8 hours every week. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 6. 15K is 48, which means that you're tuning in for basically solid at least 46 hours. Sorry. Well, that's cool. General tips, that command that you did, watch time, is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing. I've never seen that before. So it's like, is that supposed to tell you how long that you've been watching, like how long you've tuned in for? If so, how do I set that up? Because I want, it's with Nightbot. I could set up Nightbot. I think I have Nightbot. I think I have a Nightbot, right? You've been seeing Nightbots announcements popping up, right? Yeah, some other streams have it. Dude, I'm stoked. I want to get that working. I want actually that to work. Because that would be cool. Just for someone to see their progress down the stream. I fucking love that. Salutes, Mike. Sad to hear that you struggle with ear fatigue, but why? But why? Because I've been playing music without earplugs for fucking decades before I actually started wearing earplugs, and because I've been mixing and mastering music professionally 5 years, and before that 15 years for fun with at unreasonable volumes. That's why. Like, that's straight up why. Pero como vas, Mallorca? ¿Cómo estás? Just be sure to disable the gambling. There's gambling? What the fuck? Dude, I am just not informed in the world. Okay, yo. Okay, first and foremost, let's do what we are here to do, which is to listen to this Bird Grunge by Tips. Gambling Nightbot is cult. Dude, we're gonna talk about this after. I want to know about this. I might even set it up on stream with you just so we can know what the fuck it is. But I might not go gambling because I don't love the idea of gambling on my stream. Although, we'll talk about it. Let's listen to Bird Grunge by Tips. Nope. Eccentric ace. Who the fuck are you? Wow. That was impressive, dude. That was like very, very chaotic and erratic. Not erotic. It was chaotic and erratic. I wish there was a word that combined the two. It's not erotic, guys. Calm down. You know? Okay. So the first thing I would probably say is I feel like there could have been a little bit more of automation of reverb, especially in the intro, personally. I'm gonna allow that term. I feel like, yeah, there could have been more reverb throw-offs, because I hear that there are some things that are like very reverb, like short reverb saturated kind of, which is good. That's fantastic. I love the feel of those things. But I feel like the reverb cutting off and then cutting back in could create a very even more like uncomfortable sentiment especially in your intro. Won't be as noticeable in the drop, but I think you should still carry that through in the drop a little bit. Automate the reverb, but you have that going on a little bit. I feel more in the drop than in the intro. So probably, yeah, mostly in the intro. Just like cut out the reverb a little bit. Automate the reverb a little more. That's really what my comment is. I forgot to check what you guys say. Had no idea birds could do beats, but motherfucker can they, right? I see. So it's more like your hearing is messed up more than actually fatigue for not resting during the session. Could be both too. Yeah, well, my ears are messed up in that I still get tinnitus, like, for no reason. Like, I'll still hear ringing of a very, very high octave of a B flat in my ears. But generally when I'm working, it actually is suppressed, so I actually end up hearing fine. But my ears fatigue faster than they used to, for sure. For sure. So like the fatiguing faster, and like the recovery that takes about a day or so after I've been like really actively mixing at higher volumes. And the tinnitus as well, the like resonant tinnitus, even when I'm sleeping at night, I just hear it's just always there kind of. Those things are more damage than they are fatigue. But the fatigue itself, it exacerbates those things. So when I'm rested and my ears are rested, I don't hear the tinnitus as much. I'm able to tolerate louder volumes for longer. But you see, it's been almost 4 hours now. My ears are starting to give me a little bit more of the less dynamic response than at the beginning of the stream, for instance. But generally, because I'm stopping the music and talking a little bit at the same time, it ends up working out. I end up like getting enough of a rest on my ears from high volumes to like power through the stream. But at the end of the stream, my ears are like, stop for a day. Don't do this for a day. Which I won't. Tomorrow I'm going to be working on D&D stuff, not music. Nope, erotic, you said it. Yeah, exactly. So smoother transitions with reverb. Yeah, like less, I would say just like, because you have like the room reverb in the intro, just less reverb as strategic moments, and the same thing happening in the rest. I see, sorry to hear that. That's okay. It's part of the mistakes that I made when I was younger, growing up, and part of the things that I have to be aware of now. What it does, if anything, is it makes me more aware of when things are at dangerous volumes so that I protect myself. So I'm actually kind of like thankful that I saw the consequences of being irresponsible with my hearing. I'm kind of thankful that like I now notice it, so that future me will not have as much tinnitus as if I would have just been an idiot this whole time. So at least there's that. The only other comment really that I have, general tips, honestly, because what am I gonna fucking say about this song? It's so cool. It's so well designed. It's erratic and it changes up. I will promise you that this is not drum and bass, though. I'll say that for sure. No. Although it has drums and it has basses. I suppose there are some moments like that seem to be louder than others. Those things are very, very, very bright and very present volume-wise. And I will say that I do get on my meters here that it's going over 0, which means it's distorting. And I can confirm, especially in the intro, that that's happening. Yeah, I'm getting distortion. So if you're okay with that, general tip. Some people go for that. They push their mix past 0 because they want their mix to distort at the moments where it's loud. That's fine, but I'm getting just some very digital, crackly distortion, not necessarily like warmth, as most distortion is intended to be. So again, if you're okay with that, that's great. The only other comment that I would have to say is when you come to this new section here, super groovy. My suggestion, more than anything else, it's basically just a suggestion, is if you were to like come back to the original chord progression, because like the note, I think is C, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's definitely C. It's like your first chord progression is kind of like, and then your second section, this part that's happening over here is on the F. So it's kind of relationary, like in terms of chords, they kind of relate to each other. It's the 4 to the C's 1, essentially. Like you're playing the subdominant. So the reason that I'm saying all of this is because possibly if you were to come back to the original chord progression, it might actually have some like resolution at the end, where if you were to like come back at the end here and come back to the C, down, 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 it's kind of like, you know what I mean? It's kind of resolving the chord progression. And that's the only thing that I would say, is that there's so much tension, and you could do with some release. You're hearing the sub, I did put it in F. At the end you did, but over here you put it in C. Yeah. So yeah, you put C here and then you put F here. So I guess because of the fact that the song is so static and erratic, and it leads us to so much tension, for that reason, I think if you had some like chord resolution, at least, it would feel like the song is like wrapping up nicely. So that the tension itself is accompanied by a little bit of release. So change the F back to C right at the end there. Like just even for like one bar. Just like literally just... That's it. Like just on that one. Instead of going to the boom, 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 just go back to the bum, bum, bum. Gotcha on the last bar too. Exactly. You get it. You get it. And that's, again, a suggestion more than anything else that subconsciously resolves the chord progression that you put in front of us here. But it's not really resolving the chord progression, because it's not really a chord progression. It's more just two chords existing in their own sort of zones. But I love that, and I think that basically fooling people into thinking you're resolving the chord progression is just a way to like secure more ears. Bottom line, you're just securing more people that are gonna go like, oh, I want to listen to that again, which is a great thing. No, I like that. That's something I've been working on. Oh, good, because I like that too. Hey, we like that. That's cool. Either way, that's pretty much all I got to say about your track. What the fuck else am I going to say about this track? Thank you for allowing us to listen to it. Thank you for allowing us to provide comments, criticism, feedback, I suppose. There's not that much, but there is some. Yeah, you know what? You're usually receptive either way to what we say. So, like, yeah, I mean, I appreciate the opportunity to, like, think about this critically and see how we can improve it. Not much to improve, but I think those little tweaks will really bring it to, like, that completion. It'll bring it to completion. I just want to be brought to completion. General tips. Bring me to completion. All right. Thank you for trusting us with your track, as you always do. Thanks for being a subscriber. Appreciate you supporting the stream in the way that you do. It is erotic music. That is right. The erotic music should bring me to completion. Make your completion face. You don't want me to do that. Is I think what it is. I think that's what my completion face is. You'd have to ask my girlfriend. Don't ask her. Don't ask her. Let's leave it to mystery. Okay. I just changed it to C and it definitely resolves way better. Yay! Woo! I'm glad. I thought it might. I generally, when I think something like that, I feel like it's like the move. But I'm very glad. I'm very glad that it resolves. Trip Hop User, you are next. I didn't see that person in the chat at all. No, but seriously, if Trip Hop User is not here, we're going to Stefanutu. But y'all, seriously tell me, where do I go to activate this? Let me see here. There's some default commands. There's giveaways. I want to activate. I can't activate the fucking. I don't know where to. Is it under timers? No, I have other timers. Integrations? No. Guys, how do I make that thing work? Just Google it and you can enable commands from the command thing, and you just got to give viewer permissions things. Okay. Hey, by the way, today's top chatter is DJ Beignet. By the way, that's what Nightbot is telling me. So congratulations, DJ Beignet, for being not only our top tier subscriber online right now, but our top chatter. That's all I know. That's like, I'm just repeating. Ooh, damn, not much left. Nope. What are you using? Nightbot? Yes. I'm using a bunch of things, actually. I'm kind of ridiculous. I'm using so many different kinds of plugins. I'm using Sound Alert, Nightbot. I'm using Stream Elements as well. At some point I was using Restream. I'm using so many things. It's fucking stupid. Not give the order commander. Nightbot. Yes. Not if. What? I don't get it. I've been here for a while. I can fix that. How can you fix that, dude? How can you fix that? Following since 4 hours as well. Win Beignet. Yeah, big time. Big time W. Hard to find quality live resources for learning production and songwriting and good feedback in my opinion. True Studio Mic, a hidden gold mine. Motherfuckers, y'all are warming my heart up in this bitch. Y'all trying to make me feel all warm and cushy inside. You did it. You did it. Congratulations. You was right. Yo, I gotta really find the how to do the thing. Let me see actually if I could. What is it called? It was watch stream time. What was the command? You had me at completion face. That's funny, dude. What was the command that you did before? Watch time, watch total tips. What was it? I'm kind of like trying to find it. Watch time. I gotta figure out how to do that, dude. I really, really like that idea. I really like that idea. I wanna figure out how to do that. Are you aware, Tips? Because I might, talk to you off stream. Nightbot is chatting. Nightbot, yeah. I set Nightbot to like automatically post some of our things every now and then. But I gotta know how to like allow it so that you guys, when you do the command for watch time, to like show how long you guys have been watching, because I want to know that shit. I want to know your watch time. You have commands tab on the right. Yeah, I see that. But I only see the custom or the default. And the custom, I tried to create one, but it doesn't do anything. And the default ones, there's no watch time one. So I can't really fix it. I can't really see it, rather, is what I'm saying. It's not on my default stuff. Either way, Stefanutu, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you post your song? Because obviously, what's his face isn't with us. Trip hop user. Then you gotta make it custom. Well, I gotta figure out how to do that. Because I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how. I'm such a pro streamer. You can watch a video about that probably. Are submissions closed? Charles Vox? No, you know what? I'll allow you to be pretty much our last submitter of the day if you wish. Go ahead and add your name to the queue. Command join, and you're next. Isn't that wonderful? Sometimes how it works out. I'll probably be ending the stream sometime thereafter though. But first, before this, we have Stefanutu. Kama yo, boku o tsukate kure. Did I do okay? I'm gonna try it again later. I'm gonna try not to butcher it. Either way, it seems like I don't speak Japanese, but I can recognize it when I see it. Here we go with whatever this means. Kama wa nai yo, boku o tsukate kure. One more time. Break core. Let's go. Okay. So if very noisecore, very present, not really noisecore, but very noisy four-break core is, I guess, what I'm trying to express. So I guess my first comment would have been, it starts with that brightness and with that presence, and it never really takes a break from that. So I think our ears need a bit of a context break at some point throughout the song. At the very least, I think here, Stefan, that you're going to probably want to ease off some of the high aggression right from the start, right as we jump into it. Which you are comparatively doing. But it's also very dense in those high mids from the start, and I guess something does need to back off a little bit in terms of the energy. Specifically, there are some synths that I think you could back off from at the beginning. Those very big, broad, like airy strings, those like what sounds like what sounds like strings, but is obviously like a very specific type of like airy synth. You should probably back off the volume of those. These anime vocal samples probably should be falling back in the mix as well as like just accents more than like something that is loud and just in one ear kind of thing. So we should probably back off of those very high mid present synths and effects from the start. So you're saying I went all in from the start? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Make us want to get there, I guess. Because then when we get here, it makes more sense that we're all in. But then the thing is we start somewhere else, like we go somewhere else. And it's sort of a similar place, really. It's just that the chords sort of are transposed a little bit. But here's the thing, Stefanutu, I see you. I see what you're doing. There are two chords in this chord progression. There's the, whatever the first one is, whatever, between A sharp and A, it's like, it's not tuned properly. There's the tonic, and then it's dominant. There's the 1 and the 5. And you're just alternating between those two. Stefan, let us compose something a little bit more complex, musically speaking. Let us get something a little bit more invoking the 5, the 6, the 7th even. The flat 7th could be something nice in your track. Let us get something a little bit more musically diverse, because it's not by slowing down the tempo and transposing the chords that you're getting new chords, because they're not really in relation to one another. They don't really offer a story that complements each other. They're sort of two entities existing separately, but it's still more of the same, just transposed. You've basically just taken this one and you've just moved it down here. You've not created a bridge between those two chord progressions. You've not created a link between the two. It's not the circle of fifths. You're not linked. There's no pivot chord. You're just kind of like, this is the chord progression, this is the chord progression but lower. This is the that same chord progression but higher, and it's always 1 to the 5. Let's compose a little more classically, or a little bit more complexifying, like complexly. Take that shit and put it on a t-shirt. So yeah, I'm looking for you to step up the compositional, like, chord progression sort of side of your composition, at least. I'm looking for you to step that up a little bit, because I'm kind of like bouncing between two chords. It's great that there is breakcore going on in the background that is so static, but again, the ears, when you're moving, you're hearing the movement. When you're staying still in a certain part, there are some things that are like not complementary to that, and that is like your melodies. Your melodies and your bass lines are kind of just staying put, and your beat is the thing that is constantly ever shifting, which I understand is breakcore, but at that point I would have different sections doing different chord progressions. Maybe not so much 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. You know what I mean? Like you could do 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3. It's the same. You're accomplishing a similar thing. You're not doing something that is drastically going on a different journey. You're not ending up in a different place, rather a different destination. You're just taking a far more interesting journey along the way. So make your journey a little bit more compelling, because it's not just the drums that are taking us along this journey. The melody and bass line are absolutely still a part of this journey. So don't neglect those things. Definitely fucked with them. The other thing that I'd say, and this is a very minute detail, and it's going to take a very fine, precise hand because there's not much tweaking to be done on this respect. Thank you very much, Charles Vox. I appreciate you subscribing at Tier 1. Appreciate you being part of the subscription crew. Very nice of you to be with us. So in this particular like breakbeat, like sort of more like happy hardcore section, I guess you could say. Yeah, it's like, it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's interesting, but again, it's the same problem. It's two chords alternating back and forth, but I feel like it needs some form of transition for me to like appreciate it. Like the sound, I was gonna say something about the sidechain, but like it's not the sidechain that's bothering me. It's the very fact that my ears are starting to like tell me that the same sort of noise is gonna keep happening over and over because I've not gotten contrast. A halftime break would be a nice slow down filler. Exactly. That tips. We need a halftime break just to bring it back down, just to like take it down a notch, just so that when we come back up, first of all, it'll have more of an impact. So like when we bring it down and we bring it back up, it just explodes. But second of all, just so that we actually get a rest, so that our ears can get used to something different, so that we could like break up your very dense project that is two chords the entire time, break it up with something more mellow. You know what I mean? So yeah, I cannot help but agree with general tips on you, on that. Absolutely. That said, the sound design is good, the mix is good, the master is good, everything is nice and juicy, nice and dense. Like I said, I thought that there was an issue with the sidechain in this particular part. I think honestly, it's just the fact that there is no kick here that is not triggering. So there's no kick here to trigger your sidechain, so it sounds a little bit more dense and fill. Maybe just fuck with some random kicks scattered throughout this entire section, so as to like just again create a contrast in the frequencies here. Oh yeah, there is sidechaining without the kick. I think I just perceived it as there being less, honestly, just because I was used to hearing the actual kick triggering it, and therefore was used to hearing that like bass break up the treble. But you're right, there is sidechaining there. It's just I'm perceiving a lack thereof. Isn't that weird? That's super cool the way the mind works, hey? I thought there was no sidechain there. But yeah, I'd say maybe even throw in a kick or two in that section, just again, break it up a little bit, give us a little bit of the unexpected, especially for breakcore. You can afford to throw in a kick or two here. Boom, boom, boom. You know, like a you know, something like that. Very, very sporadic and very occasional kicks in that lower section. I get we're taking a break, but again, give us a break from the break. Break everything. Give everything a break. Break your song. No. Honestly, dude, it's a good track. You do overuse the 2-chord thing a little bit. I know this is like a texture that I've noticed in your music that has been recurring, and I want you to challenge yourself to like sort of move away from that, because it's similar to when someone comes at me with a track that's like always the 1 to the 6, the minor first to the minor sixth. It's like, okay, yes, it does create a story, but it's like, what else you got? You know, what else you got? That's what I'm asking you now. What else you got? But either way, for the track Kama Wanayo Boku Otsukate Tsukure, thank you very much, Stefanutu, for trusting us with it, for allowing us to listen to it online, provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Thank you for allowing us to feel that you're also like engaging with us while we're talking, like definitely like writing some stuff. Go Lucky Genie 00, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Stefanutu, appreciate that. Charles Vox, wasn't trying to interrupt the review, just got an ad, and I get that ads can be annoying, so I appreciate you subscribing. Even still, you didn't disturb anything. You have nothing to worry about. I just like to express my appreciation when I like to express my appreciation. So that is just simply how it's gonna be. You're gonna get my appreciation regardless. You got it? That said, Charles Vox, it is your turn. Isn't that wonderful, the way that works? I've been watching you for a bit. I always miss the reviews. Well, today, we ain't missing fucking shit. We are getting your review. We're listening to it. I remember you at some point coming in at the end of a session and saying like, "Hey, is the queue open?" And I remember saying, "Nah, man, the queue's closed, Charles. But come back another day." I'm so glad that you did, man. I'm so glad that you were able to, and I'm so glad that I'm able to now listen to your song. So throw me your SoundCloud link in the chat. Also, I'd like to say, Go Lucky Genie, thanks for following and for joining the queue as well. Do I shoot it in here? Right in here, man. Right in this chat. Absolutely right in this chat. As simple as that. I want to keep it all local. You know what I mean? Go Lucky Genie, you will actually be our last submission of the day, believe it or not. Because I'm going to close the queue at this time. So, after we're done Go Lucky Genie, we're done for the day. Pretty cool. That's a good amount of reviews that I've done today, I think. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 songs. That's not bad. And I'll have done 16. So that's pretty good. That's a good haul for a day. Do I post the link in chat now then? No. Just when your turn comes up. You're going to see the Play with Viewers bot is going to like call you out specifically, and that's exactly when you post it in the chat. But thanks for asking. Okay, so here we go. We got Fresh Start, fresh spelt with the PH, as we do, by Cool Cat Dude. Also, that artwork, ladies and gentlemen, I will always appreciate some good artwork, whether it's AI or human composed, designed, or whatever, or what have you. All right. So here we go, Charles Vox. Good news to you as well that you subscribed to skip those ads, but not only do you get to skip ads as a subscriber, but you also get a minute longer for us to listen to your track. So because this is a 3-minute and 13 track, we will be listening to pretty much its entirety, specifically because you're a tier 1 subscriber. So congratulations and thank you very much once more for your support of the stream. So here we go. Very, very happy to finally be actually getting to listen to your track. So I'm happy you're here. It's where I've heard of the name Charles Vox before. Well, there you go. Trip Hop User. Yeah, sorry, dude. You missed your chance. I just closed the queue literally a minute ago. Literally 1 minute ago. Sorry, dog. You got to be with us to get your track listened to, similar to Charles Vox, who comes back and who drops his track in here. We're going to listen to it. Fresh Start, the work in progress, the Deep House work in progress. You were in the queue. You absolutely were Trip Hop User. You were not only away from keyboard, you were away from the chat, because when I called you in the chat, it said your name. I said it out loud. I checked my chat list and you were not there. So I'm sorry, but we'll catch you next time. Make sure to come back and make sure to Turn your notifications on so you can see the next time we are live, because we are now going to listen to Cool Cat Dude, Fresh Start. Here we go. Oops. Nope. 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 Don't do that. Stop. Jesus, SoundCloud, cooperate, please. So much to ask for you to do your fucking job. Ah, the unemployed. What am I saying? Okay. Stefanutu. Oh, trip hop user. I was in the queue, but I was living from keyboard. Damn, life is unfair. It certainly is unfair. You'll find that I am not, however. As long as you're here and in the queue, I'll listen to your shit. That's pretty fair, I think, right? I hold my promise when someone is in line waiting for me patiently, and then I do what I say I'm going to do, which is to listen to your beat. It's unfair. What's unfair is being away from the computer and expecting preferential treatment when everybody else has waited in line for a long time. That sounds unfair to me. Just saying. Bubbly beat, absolutely. Stefanutu, a lot of bubbles. A lot of... I like that. I like that. That's a good texture. I know those foghorns are rough. I've heard it on various speakers now. I got to fix that for sure. I just got back from vacay. Are you referring to the... Is that what you're referring to? The dying cat, as I wrote? Okay. Yeah, those are fucking loud, dude. Those are fucking loud. Turn those way the fuck down, including the low ones, because the low ones, they don't have to be as loud. They're not as piercing, to be fair, but they still don't have to be that loud. So yeah, you already know about that. Is there a reason that the build is louder than the drop, though? Like this section here has more presence and has more like ear pain, I guess is what I could say at this point. It has more like shrieking qualities than your actual drop, which is fine, but like at that point turn it down and then make your drop to be the loudest thing, so that you can have something to explode into, I guess. So I would say probably lowering the volume of your drop, of your build, so that, and like making your drop actually pop out from the mix, so that we have something to pop out. Like, yeah, it's like I'm hearing a like less dynamic contrast than I would need between the two sections. It sort of just blends one into the other, and that's not a good thing for a drop. Heard it on various speakers now and got to fix that for sure. Just got back from vacay. Ooh, where'd you go? Also, the first house track I've done in a while. Well, it's pretty good. It's well mixed either way, man. Like, apart from these like errors here and those like specific things, the rest is like well balanced between itself, I guess I should say. So throw it at me. I'm all ears. Gonna take some notes. Take some notes, motherfucker. Take some notes. Never really heard it that way, but I do hear it now, almost like it never drops. Correct. That's exactly the case. It's like your drop happens, and I'm like, intellectually, I know this is the drop. But emotionally, I'm like, the previous section was actually more hype than this one. And that's a problem. So we gotta hit people's subconscious harder than we hit their intellectuals. Hit them right in the subconscious, you know? Hit them right in the fucking subconscious. And then smack their intellectual just on the way out. You know what I mean? 145. Let me go back to this section here. Yeah, okay, so this section, as well as, it wasn't 145, but it was this section. I find, okay, yeah, it was this section, actually. It was like the section with the lead. So I'm going to talk about that in a second. Just got back from California for a wedding, been gone for almost a week, and I've been itching for a review to get back at it. Well, there you go. I'm here for you. Welcome back. Either way, I don't know where you are originally from or where you came back to, but California sounds wonderful, unless that's for Canada, in which case, being from here, I'm like, California sounds nicer. Earthquakes included. Yeah, it's funny because there is lead coming into this part here. This sounds like some acid house trip kind of sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like an acid house vibe. And then when this section comes in, it sounds like it's more approaching that deep house, deep techno kind of feel. I just feel like that melody is kind of coming out of left field a little bit, just because it doesn't really match with the bass track that's going on in the song, that's playing more of like a bum bum ba-dum ba-bum bum ba-dum ba-bum bum ba-dum ba-bum bum ba-dum ba-bum bum. What is that note? Yeah, sort of hovering between the E and the like A kind of thing. And then this melody is coming out of here, coming out of left field and playing. Playing the C sort of chord progression there, or at least a play on the C chord progression, which is fine. Like that in and of itself doesn't bother me, but it's the fact that that and the bass chords are not really related, nor are they trying to be, and it's just kind of the transition is nice, the way you're like low passing, or like rather removing your low pass over time, and then combining that with unfolding the That but I feel like that effect is closer to the other sounds in your song than the synth is close to anything in your song. So I don't know if that's the lead element for this song necessarily. I feel like you could maybe do better than that to find something that meshes more with the texture and the fabric, I guess the aesthetic of this song. It's not the square wave that I have a problem with, or it's like half of a square or half of a sine wave. It's not that I have a problem with. It's not the texture, it's the chords, the melody itself doesn't quite mesh with this song. So maybe it's just a question of transposing it. Maybe just transposing it will mesh better. But fix it because it's sounding a little off. And yeah, at the end here, it just gets to be repetitive. I would feel like I would like some more transition effects, like sweeps and builds and risers and like stuff that just allows me to feel like the motion of the song is not just this one repetitive loop of, you know, like I don't mind the loop happening, but I need something on top of it. Earlier on in this stream, there was someone that submitted a very, but on top of that, I don't know if you were with us at that point, on top of that, there was this like almost creepy crawly synth that was doing very, very weird sound design, and that was ever changing. That was constantly shifting. There was no repeating section in that synth. And I guess it's that motion. Maybe not creepy crawly. In this case, it could just be more bubbly or like wavy or spacey or airy, ethereal, whatever you want to call it. It could fit more with the aesthetic of this song, but I need something that comes in and out that is not non-repetitive in nature, because the rest of what you have going is so repetitive in nature that anything that repeats itself in a pattern, it's not even standing out in that respect. It's not progressing down a journey. It is repeating over and over the same journey. I get that for sure. Not gonna lie, I threw this together in about 4 hours total, which is why I needed this. Well, I mean, for 4 hours, it's good work. Let's not fucking bullshit you here. Like, good work for 4 hours. Thumbs up on that front. But yeah, just like, I think there's some refining to be done. It was meant to be a bit progressive, but yes, I get that, a bit more transition to give it less repetitivity. I don't know, whatever the proper word is. But yeah, but that's the thing about progressive, is that it's a progression, meaning that it is ever moving, ever changing, meaning that repetitive sections, if they do repeat, they are repeating with something different than the last time they repeated last time. Progressive rock is almost like famous for dragging out songs that are always ever changing. Like if you listen to Rush, or if you listen to Porcupine Tree, or like Opeth, or there's like, it's a 10-minute, 12-minute song that just over time progresses into something that it was absolutely not at the beginning. And if I go back to the beginning here, and then we skip to the back, very similar. Yes, you've high-passed some stuff. Yes, you've added a layer or two in. Yes, absolutely. But I'm looking for a journey. So if the song is not developing in either interest, in either like interesting things happening, I guess, in terms of musicality or rhythm, or in terms of some form of storytelling, if it is not building over time, it is actually losing momentum. It's the opposite effect. See, some people think is when you are sustaining the same thing over time, it is keeping the same momentum. Wrong. You are losing momentum because people's attention tune out and go to something else. So if you're not building, you're losing. That's unfortunately a reality of storytelling. It is just the way it works. When a story on television or on movies is not good enough and does not build dramatically enough over time, people tune out, people stop watching, people determine that that is not something worth their time. And we as musicians are basically trading people's time for their emotional response. So time is really the canvas. We're not really yeah, okay, speakers and all that shit and DAWs and all that stuff, sure. But when we really get down to it, we are trading people's emotions for their, we are trading people's emotional response for their time. And time being like, look, it's a 3-minute and 13-second song. That's a number of minutes. It's a number of seconds. Time is your real canvas. So take that into consideration. Take that into consideration when you're producing, that every minute that your audience is still with you, you should be rewarding them for that. You should be giving them something like, thank you for listening this far. Let's fucking evolve to this level by this point because you've stuck with me. That's what I like. I tend to be repetitive with a lot of my music. You can ask General Tips. It's something I'm trying to work on, and he's giving me very similar feedback, so I appreciate it. I'm glad General Tips is working with you. General Tips is a great producer, someone from whom to genuinely draw great advice from. He comes in here, and like I said before, unprompted, I've said this today. Go back and roll the tape. I said General Tips comes in and says things that I don't necessarily realize on the spot, that he will say, like, this thing needs some improvement. I'm like, oh yeah, how did I not think of that? I can't believe I didn't think of that. Amazing advice. He does that. So I'm glad he's giving you some coaching. I'm glad he's guiding you through the learning of the production process, because repetition is a tool, and it is a good tool to have. Similarly to what's the dude who sent his track earlier. Similar to the dude who I drew the Millipriest. The guy who had a graphic of a dude who was basically a priest of millipedes. That song specifically is a good use of repetition as a layer of grounding us to the track. But meanwhile, while that's happening, there is this whole story being told that is just chaotic and almost untrackable until you really start listening over and over. Really, Charles, what I'm going for here is repeat value, replay value. If I listen to this song one time and I'm like, I get it, you have failed. You have failed as a musician looking for your music to work in the collection that is music out there. It's like, I'm not saying you're a failure. I'm saying that in this instance, you have failed that assignment. And that's fine. I've failed assignments all the time, and then the next test I've nailed it because I learned from my mistakes. But this is, I guess, my point here is like, we are rewarding our audience constantly. And the way we are rewarding them is with the brain thinkings that we have, the ideas that we have to make a better and better over time music song. So let's just leave it at that, Charles. Let's just say, definitely think about rewarding your audience for sticking with you, for listening. Definitely make music for yourself and sounds and texture stuff that you want your music to sound like. That is super important. But if you're trying to put your music out there for people to hear, and you value people's understanding of your music, this is where you're coming from. Is why should anybody give a fuck? Because I'm rewarding them. I'm rewarding them for listening. So that's either way what it is. Come from the metal scene, experimenting with EDM hip hop is what I've been trying to fine tune. That's cool, man. I come from rock and metal myself and alternative myself. And I know that like music is not necessarily unilateral and limited to one style. If you come from metal, you know Opeth. You know how they progress over time, their songs. And what's really cool is the way that you can translate understandings from different genres into the new genres you're experimenting with. So like, kudos to you for being ballsy enough to try it. Now let's tune up. You know what I mean? Let's make a journey together. Shall we? Either way, Charles Vox, appreciate you becoming a subscriber today. Appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, for provide feedback, comments, criticism, what have you. Appreciate you listening to it and being open to it. I appreciate that General Tips is also voicing some of his opinions, because that is a valuable opinion to have. Honestly, the fact that you have that on lock is a wonderful tool. It's a wonderful resource in and of itself. So thank you for trusting us with your track. Yeah? Finally get to actually listen to your fucking music, so that's cool as well. Thanks for sticking it out and coming back after having been, basically turned away at the door because it was closing time. Sorry about that. That's the goal. Thanks. Appreciate the feedback, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. General Tips still with us. Good. You definitely should be hearing this, because don't sell yourself short. Yeah. On On the real though, my stuff repetitive as fuck, but I got some ideas from Mike already. Boom. That's great. That's great. So these, and DJ Beignet, the fact that you're sticking with us as well, by the way, I'm just gonna press the next button so that we get to Go Lucky Genie, who can now post their link in the chat, by the way. Thank you very much for being with us. But yeah, Beignet, what I'm happy about is that you're still here with us, because all of these lessons, there's something to learn from every track, from every production that we cover. There's something that you can draw from everything, because you hear mistakes that you make in other people's music. It's only natural. We're musicians, we're experimenting, we're practicing, we're getting our chops out a little bit. We're getting our chops up in terms of music making, and it only makes sense that we make common mistakes together, especially if we appreciate the same genres and the same genres of music and the same songs. Like, it makes sense that we can learn from one another. So I'm thinking that you as a man, Jesus, I don't know, maybe, sure. But like you as a person, as a producer, being here while we're doing other people's songs is in and of itself pretty valuable for you, so that you can like take those notes. You know what I mean? Like you're learning. So it's good to learn from other people's mistakes as much as it is to learn from your own mistakes. Some people like myself, I have a hard time learning from other people's mistakes. I have to make the mistake myself. But when someone shows me, hey, this is what I used to do and this is what I'm doing now and it's working a lot better for me, I am not going to turn my nose up at that. Like the day that I learned one of the best snare tricks I've ever learned ever that could apply to any genre of music, I fucking threw that shit into a mix and I was like, I'm never turning back. I'm never going back. So like, I'm still learning every goddamn day. And even from your music, I've literally edited a song. I've literally edited a song 2 days ago based on the advice that I was giving myself on the music that we had. Like the intro's too long, It's a common reoccurring theme that I preach to a lot of people, which is like, shorten your goddamn intro. You don't need that much context for what comes next. And we think as musicians, we're not seeing it objectively. We think that it needs to exist in that length, but not really. And that's something that I was like, you know what? I'm going to take my own fucking advice. I'm going to go into this song and I'm going to shorten the intro, and the song sounds so much better for it. The song actually played on the intro of this stream, the old version, and I was listening to it and it was torture. It was like, this song is now so much better with such a shorter intro. It's so good. It's so good now. So yeah, it's like, I try to take my own advice as well, and it actually ends up working for me. So I'm like really happy that like, we're finding some stuff that works for all of us. General tips here is everything. Dude is everywhere, I swear. I know he is pretty prolific. He is quite a great producer, and I think that part of the reason that he is such a great producer is because he is constantly absorbing from every direction. Like he is out there. He is listening to feedback streams. He is listening to music. He is producing his own music. He's listening to other people's opinion about their music. He's listening to other people's opinions about their other music. He is providing opinions about other people's music. He is constantly engaging with the musical audience and the musical producers. So like, he is just accumulating infinite amount of lessons over time. Wonderful. Wonderful. What a way to learn music. What a wonderful way to learn music. Just constantly surrounded by it. A1. That's why I trust his feedback very much as well. Teach me that. I assume you're referring to the snare trick, Stefanutu? I'm assuming, because who wouldn't want a snare trick that makes things pop like a motherfucker? I will show you. I will not just show you, I will teach you. But for that to happen, I'm going to have to open up a Logic project. That might slow my computer down a little bit because I'm working on a 12-year-old computer. I was way more successful with metal. Haha, it's my own journey now since I'm not in a band. I know, I fucking love metal, dude. And it's so much fun to produce. And I'm glad that you were successful with it, because I wasn't. All right. So what can we find? You know what's a good example, actually, is a Foo Fighters cover. You like Foo Fighters, Stefanutu? You like Foo Fighters? Be honest with me. Is it something that will even be able to... is that something that, like, is a learning lesson? No idea. I think you showed me. Okay, well, no. We're gonna take something that is a little more. Do you like Muse, Stefanutu, perhaps? I have a lot of band music covers, like it's the easiest example. Otherwise, I'll just show you an original that I'm working on that I mixed. No idea what's that? You're killing me! Those are two of my favorite bands in the world. Okay, Stefanutu, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to pull up a client's track. That way they get a little bit of free publicity. Why the fuck not, right? I just mixed their song too. It sounds nice and juicy. And as a matter of fact, the snare is actually too loud, so it's a good way to exemplify this lesson. I don't know bands. That's unfortunate because there's a whole genre of music, or there's a whole subset of music, the way music actually began, that you are missing out on, that could be very informative to you and your decision making when you're making your own music. I've used Logic, Pro Tools, Reaper, Ableton, and DAW FL, but I primarily use Ableton. For electronic music in general, that's very understandable and most likely. I ain't no metalhead. When Mike said, yeah, Muse is not metal. Foo Fighters is closer to metal, I guess, but it's more close to punk rather than metal. But it's rock. It's some of the best rock that exists, actually, by definition. I'm not just saying that because I love them. I'm saying that, like, on a general scale, the entire world agrees with me. Foo Fighters is one of the most popular metal rock bands in the world, if not the most popular rock band in the world. Yeah, it was Logic Pro Tools for my old metal stuff. Yeah, I'm all about Logic. I don't love Pro Tools. I understand Pro Tools, but I don't love it. Moreover, I don't fucking care that it has so much flexibility. It is somewhat user-friendly, but not as user-friendly as Logic. Logic makes it, like, laughably easy to do some stuff. Muse is crazy with their songs. Agreed. DJ Beignet, absolutely agree with you because they are insane composers. You want some compositional lessons? Go listen to some fucking Muse. Sometimes Reaper. Reaper's a great program. It's pretty user-friendly. Free is me. That's all I'll say. They take a lot of classical ideas and techniques and use it in their stuff. Yeah, they take Rachmaninoff and make it fucking rock as shit. It's awesome. Logic is way more user-friendly. Pro Tools can be a nightmare. Pro Tools is a fucking nightmare. All right. Stefanutu requested that we go through a snare trick that I do often. As a matter of fact, I don't think I do it. I don't think I've had a track that I've mixed that hasn't used this trick since. So, I have my track here. Let's listen to a little bit just so we get the idea of what we're coming from here. So, here's my mix. It's a little lower in volume. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to turn up the volume for this. Even louder. It's a good old rock and roll song, guys. So just so you can be aware of it. I'm gonna turn it up. There might be some distortion on the peaks, so don't worry about it. But here. All right, some rock and roll. I actually played on this track as well. These guitars recorded here are all mine. These are all that is not this guitar itself. The rest of these guitars are all my recordings right here in this studio. So I'm happy about that. We wrote some good lead tracks for this song, so I'm very, very happy about that. But what we're gonna hone in on here for Stefanutu as well is a snare, an example of a snare that I mixed, just so we get a little more of a clear idea of what I'm going for. So here is my snare bus. This is basically the track that I use. I send my snare, the top of my snare microphone and the bottom of my snare microphone into this one bus. And this bus, yes, it has some EQing on it. It has just a little bit of emphasis in the low end, a little tiny edge on the high end. I'm actually going to give that a little more life because I'm going to end up turning the snare down in volume because it's just a little loud for the mix. But here is where the magic happens. The magic happens is when I'm sending my snare bus out to other buses. Namely, first bus, an attack bus. All it does, it's sending it to an enveloper. We are literally just adding more attack to the snare. You barely hear it. I could even talk over it how low it is. So I'm sending some attack to the kick, from the kick and the snare, and I think I'm sending them some from the toms as well. Just getting a little more of that first initial hit, because again, in a mix, we're gonna lose a little bit of that. That attack is like a little sidechain. It's the opposite of a sidechain, actually. It is the opposite. It is an envelope that is literally just adding that back to the mix. It is emphasizing the attack. So we have that. That's send number one. Send number two, distortion. Pretty simple. We're just adding some more frequencies that we would have heard. We're just adding them back through distortion. So let's listen to those two buses together. So we get the attack bus and we get the distortion bus all together. So already it's sounding very juicy and very compressed and very over the top. Now, the magic. The magic bus is what I call it. The magic school bus. This one has a lot of effects going through it. Not only am I enveloping, this, however, Stefanutu, is more like a sidechain because I am cutting the attack. You see the original signal here being square, I am actually cutting the attack and boosting the release. So what this is supposed to be sounding like is, let's actually hear it without the other buses. Let's mute the other buses and let's hear just this bus on its own, nothing else. It's like basically the anti-release. I think I'm gonna just add some look ahead here. Yeah, so that, I think I'm also gonna try reversing the phase on this just because it is providing with, it's just, oh yeah, I already tried, I think. Yeah, I already tried, hold on. So let's just hear it with the snare now. Nope, I tried reversing the phase and it didn't work out. So you just compress the little attack. So the attack bus, all I did was I just added an enveloper just to add a little more of the initial tack. Because drums being percussive elements, you want to hear that attack first. That is the first thing you want to hear, the loudest thing you want to hear. Then that distortion is just warming up some of that high-mid distortion a little bit, because that's, I think, the primary frequencies that I'm affecting is like mid and high-mid, 2000 to 7500. That's generally what I'm distorting as a general rule. So again, all of these buses combined together, I am getting, actually, I think I have them down here. Yeah, okay, I have them down here. I'm getting this together. And that's just the buses. So we're getting a little attack. You know, I'm actually not getting that much attack, not as much as I'd like, believe it or not. So I'm actually going to boost this. Yeah, I think I like that level better. We're gonna hear it in the mix, see what it sounds like, but I'm getting more attack now and I like that. So now when we combine all of those effects, I'm gonna turn them off now and I'm gonna show you what just the snare bus sounds like alone.
Life is crazy, you know what I mean. Out on
Even if we comparatively boost the volume, this is what it sounds like.
the streets, chasing the scene. Take a look around, Mr. None of it last. Playing on strips, set to take off real fast. Whatever.
Okay, that's without any of the effects. Now, let's just add the attack.
Became all those big plans to tall places. Tasting the rain, chasing.
Already, we're getting a little more cutting through the mix on this attack. I've had to reduce this volume by half. Now, let's add the distortion.
Subtle graces. Was I insane? Double down on high aces. I may find.
So yeah, now you're getting a whole lot more of the actual signal. You're getting a lot more of the snare's personality. It's kind of jumping out of the mix. Distortion made a big difference. Stefan, that was a trick that I learned literally 10 years ago when I was trying to fix my snare from like falling backwards in the mix. Distortion alone will save you a ton of trouble mixing. So yeah, add some distortion as a bus to your snare. I just realized that I'm not properly setting up bus in Ableton. I had to Google it to confirm. Well, I'm glad you learned something today. Because I know of return tracks, but I'm not sure if that's where to put the buses at. It's a return track in Ableton. We've just been grouping them together. Oops, oops, oops. Yeah, you're gonna want to isolate those each ones. Use more return tracks. Absolutely. Separate tracks make a big difference because they will not be all falling into the same return. You separate them so that they all have their own thing going. Then you mix them accordingly so that they all come through in the mix evenly to your liking. So yeah. So now we've added, let's A/B this. Let's just hear without the plugins.
Take a look around, Mr. None of it last. Playing on the strip, set to take off real fast.
So now we got to bring that shit back in the mix again.
Whatever became of those big plans and tall places.
Okay, so now it's a good volume. This level, -6, here is a good volume for this snare. But the thing is now I'm only really hearing the initial attack. I'm not hearing the breath of the snare. I'm not hearing the pah, pah. And that's what I add with this third reverse transient effect. So like, again, let's A/B this without.
Take a look around, Mr. None of it last. Playing on the strip, set to take off real fast. Whatever became of those big plans and tall places. Tasting the rain, chasing subtle graces. Was I insane? Double down on high aces. I'll be fine.
It's no comparison. I call this the how close are you standing next to the kit fader. That's what I call this effect, because it's like, it sounds like you're in the room with the drummer at that point that they're recording. That's really what it makes it sound like, because you can get a great sounding snare.
Oh, what I mean, out on the streets, chasing the scene.
But until you add this,
take a look around, Mr. None of it last. Playing on the strip, set to take off real fast. Whatever became of those big.
your snares will always fall short if you don't add back some release. Yes, Stefanutu is exactly what we're adding back, is release. And this trick works for metal, this trick works for folk rock, this trick works for distorted like fucking breakcore beats, this trick works for everything. You take the reverse of the transient, so the release, and you make it increase in volume over time. And then you combine that with the original signal of the snare, and it sounds like you are in the room with the fucking drummer. It doesn't make any sense to me. I have to turn down my snares in the mix. And that I've never had a problem where, oh, my snares are too loud. The mix of this song that I made, I listened to it a few days after I mixed it, and I'm like, the snare's too loud. Which is a problem that I've never, ever had to contend with in the past. The snare has always been too weak, too thin, not popping in the mix enough. I have never had to have this problem. I've never had to contend with this problem. And I am so happy to be able to mix backwards a little bit rather than have to push everything constantly louder and louder and louder. So trust me when I tell you, the way you're mixing, if the way you're mixing is that you have too much good to work with, you're doing things right. Because then you will be able to back off. Adding is a whole fucking game. Subtractive mixing is a really, it's a privilege to be able to mix subtractively. It's a privilege. So I'm happy about that. And this is what I'm saying to you, basically, Stefan. If you want a juicy ass snare, you add attack, sure, depending on the sample, you might have enough attack in the sample, but in general, once you're compressing the bus and everything like that, you're probably going to need to add back some attack. Distortion, I don't know of a mixing engineer that doesn't add distortion onto the at least one of the snare samples, if not the entire goddamn bus. I don't know of one mixing engineer that doesn't use distortion on their snares, including kick as well. And that release, that added release, is going to give you something that you've never thought possible, which is so much snare presence. Incredible. incredible. I've never been so happy with the way my snares have been popping from my mix. Now this one is not quite tuned. The guy whose track this belongs to, the guy whose track this is, I guess, told me that he's hearing a little bit of a problem in the snare, and I think that it's exactly tuning that thing. I'm gonna have to tune the release of that particular effect, but that's no matter. That's just minor adjustments. Again, if I'm turning things down to make them more balanced, I am winning. I am fucking winning. So yeah, man, that's how you get a juicy snare.
Plants in tall places, days in the rain, chasing subtle graces. Was I insane? Double down on high aces. I'd be fine if it didn't ever happen. I don't need no ride. I'm driving highway time with a tank full of quarters. Route 89, north up to the border. I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna sit with the sun. I'm not the only one.
All right, so just a couple of things because I'm now noticing them. I'm gonna have to probably just drop down some of the high mids on this and boost some of the regular mids on this. I'm also gonna have to turn my solo up because that's a fucking guitar solo. We bring it up in the mix.
Life is crazy, you know what I mean. It's creep me out like a
Yeah, I like that already much, much better. So I'm actually going to just save this as an alternative. New alternative. Mix. Let's say mix 2. Let's just call it mix 2. No, I don't want to save mix 1 because we're going to keep mix 1 as it was. Hey, all right. We already started mix 2 of this song. That's nice, isn't it? So yeah, that's... Stefan, I think that is as clear as I can make it. So since we're on this topic, when you were talking to me about compression earlier, what was that using compression on everything or... And secondly, was that Sunday streamer you mentioned mixed by K? It is mixed by K. Close. If I'm not mistaken, the way I just typed it is the way you spell it. Compression on everything. So the short answer is no. You're not supposed to compress everything. But the real answer is you end up compressing everything anyways, especially during the mastering process, which is why you want to be careful what you're compressing and what you're not compressing. And the way you compress things is also very different. I can't really start giving a tutorial on compression, but Beignet, if you want, off stream, we can discuss private sessions wherein we can talk on a much more detailed level, meaning open session tutorials where you're on Discord sharing me your session, and I'm like, change that rack compressor right there. Yeah, change that. So we can do a private session and we can arrange that. But let me ballpark it for you here, just for now at least. Compression is a double-edged sword in that it controls things that are getting too out of hand, but also removes life from things when you use it too liberally. So you want to make sure that you're striking a nice balance between things that are well compressed and things that are not choked of their life. And the thing is most people who compress just slam the compressor down and turn the volume up until it's at the right level. Wrong! There are ways of doing that exact technique. It's not just the last thing. It's just not the only thing that you're supposed to do to things. My guitars are not that compressed. I have a compressor on a lot of them to actually just bring out the transients, the picking of the note first. But then the compressor goes away right away. It just goes like, it slams on a little bit, accentuates the attack, and then it brings it down, and then it just goes away right after. It's just to like accentuate. If you're using a compressor to basically enhance what is already happening, then you're using a compressor correctly. But there is also an argument, like for basses, for instance, where you're just supposed to slam that shit into a limiter and call it a day. So the difference here, Beignet, is I can't teach you on stream how to know what is called for when. What I can do is we open a session and I say what I think is called for in this context, in the context of your song. That's a lot easier for me to like walk you through. And then you're supposed to piece together from that experience and from other songs that you produce, what is appropriate at which point. But again, hard to say in a ballpark way how to use compression as a mixing engineer. Really tough. But we can talk about it. Let me know off stream on our Discord as well if you want to join our Discord and become part of the crew. I will be allowing permissions just after this particular stream, so we'll do a round of that. But honestly, guys, I asked I queued up what's the dude there? Go Lucky Genie. I queued him up a long time ago in the queue, and he never really responded, so I'm assuming that he didn't have the time or patience to wait for his turn, which is unfortunate. But that's it. That's the day. That's what we got. We are done for today. I'd like to thank you all for being with us. DJ Beignet, thanks for again being our like third tier 3 subscriber ever. Thanks for allowing us to listen to all your music. Thanks for joining our queue and for participating. Shout out to my subs. Appreciate that. Yes, you did get the special tier 3 emote, the only one that has used it yet, if I'm not mistaken. So congrats on that. Thank you guys for being a part of this stream and for always supporting the stream in the way you do. We appreciate y'all. We will be back. Let me just make sure that I'm not fucking this up. We will, in all likeliness, be back next week so as to continue this series. The week after, we may not be because we are on a pretty big corporate contract that week. But the week after that, we are looking pretty good as well. So one way or another, we will be back in very shortly. We'll be back shortly. A week passes by quicker than you think, especially these days. So we'll see you in a week. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon.
What you got to say? Good times. These are the good times. Leave your cares behind. These are the good times.
I said a hip hop, a hippie to the hip hoppy. You don't stop, a rocker to the bang bang boogie. So up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie that beat. Now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat, and me, the groove, and my friends are gonna try to move your feet.
Steady walks wearily down the street with the brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Yeah. You won't get much closer till you sacrifice it all. You won't get to taste it with your face against the wall. Get up and commit, show the power trapped within. become the day